I am live. Okay, good. I wasn't sure if the YouTube stream had gone live or not. Kept saying it had, and then it hadn't. So I'm hoping it's live. Ah, Gizmo, no! You're fucking everything up. You're fucking up the links. That it's not twitch.tv/millbeelp999999999. Look, you're adorable, but you're a fucking nightmare. All right, hang on a minute. Get rid of that. Post that. Put this in the Discord. Okay. I'm good. Okay, pretty sure, yes, the YouTube stream is live. Wonderful. Okay. Oh. Let's get all my windows sorted. So I'm all good. That's up there. Close the Discord. I mean, the thumbnail is all my other thumbnails. I just really quickly, like, masked out the background of a bunch of them and just glued them on top of each other. I rushed the shit out of that. I'm probably going to redo that at some point. I'm pronouncing my name in a Welsh accent. It makes me laugh. Milby. Oh, it's Milby over there, it is. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Milby. Look at him. Oh, the double L. Yeah, I'm not. Makes me. Yeah, I'm not. That is not supposed to be like a Welsh thing. Llewellyn. Milby. Sounds like you got a lisp. Milby. Oh, Milby, what are you doing? Usually, the double L is usually at the start. I'm trying to think of double L's used like mid sentence. I don't know too many where they're like mid sentence. Right. So, my plan today is to kind of do a bit of a go over of everything we did in the Resident Evil thing, whilst doing some tier lists. Like the series tier lists, or characters, or creatures and bosses. And such. Some of these lists are better than others, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've looked at a couple of them, and I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, okay. Who's got the best ad? When I was looking at the tier list things, one of them was best Resident Evil girls to have sex with. Like, come on, man. You gotta try harder. Be less embarrassingly. Be less like overtly embarrassing. I want to get some. Music going on in the background. So I am gonna have. Let's have a look-see. I want to have the RE mixed stuff going. I think that'll be good. Nice in the background music, you know. All right. And at the end of today, and at the end, later on in the stream, I will play the trailer for the next marathon we'll be doing, which I'm very excited for. I need to sort that out as well. Well, I'm excited / worried. I hope it goes well. I hope people look forward to it. I think this just repeats the playlist. What series have to be to qualify? I've never really had a thing like that, honestly, Ball. I think that's kind of like it's more like a feel. Like, there are some series that are so short that I probably just do them as a thing. I've never really had like a has to be a certain amount of games kind of thing, truth be told. The length of them is not like the most important part for me. It's the sort of, it's that kind of, that goal, that sort of like working towards something that I've realized that I super duper need when I'm streaming in order to keep myself motivated to stream. Outside of the general monetary aspects, I need some sort of like overarching goal to like motivate me. Otherwise I feel very like listless and sort of lost, and I'm like, oh, I'm just kind of playing random things. I need to have a look, see what a yellow hammer bird looks like. One moment. Oh. So Fran said she saw a yellow hammer bird today, which she was very excited about. It's a cute bird. Yeah, I don't know. For me, it's not like about how long it takes to get through. It's whether or not it's sort of fun. Like, I want a bit of variety. I want a bit of like something that, well, it doesn't necessarily have to be variety, I guess. I don't know. Something that just kind of like I look at and I'm like, yeah, I want to do this. You know, it's something that just keeps me sort of like motivated and going. Like I've said, my big white whale of series playthroughs would be Final Fantasy. And I mean all of them, not just the mainline ones. But that is such a, that might be like my final boss. When I've done that, I'll just retire. The Final Fantasy one is such a like a big undertaking that like it's not Final Fantasy the next one we're doing, obviously. But like that would be, it's just such a huge, this list is now out of date as well, I think. But like this is such like a big undertaking. Like 87, sure, we've actually beat 80. There was 88 Pokemon games, but these games are long. There are a lot of very long games in here. It would be very funny to me if that actually ended up taking less time than the Pokemon one. I mean, like, the Pokemon one, it took us, like, a year. And, like, it was, like, 1,000 hours or something like that. Include crossovers. Sometimes I do like to include like sort of things where they've popped up in other games because it's fun. Like I think going forward that could be like sort of like a bonus goal thing, you know. I don't know. But Final Fantasy is something I would like to do, but I'm also very wary about doing. There's a lot of mobile shit in this game. I probably just wouldn't be able to play. There was a guy who recently did all the Final Fantasy on stream as well, Planet, and I believe because they made a YouTube video about it and stuff. No, Mr. Quest's up there. When I was looking at tier lists for today, a lot of them were missing Deadly Silence. Like, they had all the games applied to add Deadly Silence. A lot of them were missing Deadly Silence. I feel like a lot of people don't know that Deadly Silence exists, you know? It's legit. I've also got a one for, like, characters, although I think it's missing a bunch. I got one for, like, monsters, bosses and monsters and stuff like that. Which includes some of the ones from characters as well. This one is definitely in another language. It was changed then. Yeah, the search function on TMega is fucking ass. You kind of have to make them yourself and shit. But, it'll do for now. It has all the games in it. That's what I wanted, you know. And you can add your own pictures and shit like that. So yeah, we will also be looking at a couple of clips, I think, of games as we, like, go through them. So we began Resident Evil on the 27th of January this year. And we kind of mostly did a sort of, we'd do a stream, and then we'd kind of do another game, and then we'd stream Resident Evil and other games. We kind of broke it up every other day, basically. Sometimes we do 2 days in a row, but most of the time it was broken up every other day. And overall, we have done 59 streams it took us, and we finished RE9 on the 26th of June. So, you know, about a week and a couple days ago. Which is honestly not that bad. It probably would have taken me a lot less if I'd done it every single day, but I think in terms of like people enjoying it and stuff, it's probably more, I think people might like it a bit more when we don't do that. Like in comparison, the Pokemon one, we started that on the 27th of June in 2024. And it took us until, and sometimes we were playing that like every single day. We did break it up eventually, but it took us until 12th of August 2025 to finish Violet. I haven't included like Legends and Pokopia in that. And I was thinking about maybe doing like a Pokemon thing as well. A lot more games to rank in that. But that was like 222 streams overall it took us to beat every Pokemon game. You alright, Gizzy? I got Gizzy with me in the moment. And I honestly enjoyed it. Like overall, what was the total time? 336 hours, 55 minutes and 54 seconds was what it took us overall. Which I am pleasantly surprised. I don't know what my estimate was. I think my estimate was something like 400. No, I think that was around about what my original estimate was. I think it might be in like 350, 340, 360, something like that. I don't think it's that far off. The only real estimates I got crazy off was stuff like RE4 Remake took about 10 hours longer, mostly because of Professional. I actually, technically, I guess I'm a little off on the time because I haven't included the time of the 2 DLCs. I forgot about that. Technically, actually a little bit more. Probably more like 338, maybe, if we add on the, well, maybe 339. I'm not sure how long. Those DLCs were not that long. They also weren't very good. But, yeah. So, I think I should start with, like, the big list of the actual games and how I personally found. Remember, now there is no objective way to view art. Games are art to me. They're entertainment, they're experiences. There is no objective way to look at these things. Anyone who claims so is someone whose opinion you can ignore. You know, it's like when people review films and they go, objectively, you're like, no, okay, you don't understand art. I don't think it's possible to objectively view these things. So, like, when I talk about these games, it is very much how I personally feel about them. And why I may have not liked them. Objectively, Morbius is a masterpiece. People just weren't ready for it. Watching Morbius in the cinema was such an interesting experience. It was such an interesting experience watching Morbius in the cinema. I didn't go the second time. I just remember I went with my friend watching it and like looking over at him at some point and being like, "Holy shit, we're experiencing something like incredibly bad right now." There's only a couple films I've gone to the cinema and legitimately like looked at someone or laughed out loud just because I'm just like, "Oh, this is going to be like renownedly bad," and I can tell just watching it. It's a bad film. It's not a good bad film. It's not a fun film to watch. It's just kind of boring. The only fun part of that film is the really weird bit where Matt Smith does the dance. Gonna have sex, yeah, juicy butt, or what, like that is truly like, I remember watching that and being like, what am I seeing right now? Like I don't think that Morbius is a good bad film. I think it's just a bad film with like a couple of bits where you're like, this is so fucking stupid. I haven't seen Cats. Not worth watching. No, you could probably get the gist of it by just like, well, it depends. Do you want to be able to express your own opinion on it? Like, if you find it on streaming, sure, watch it. Don't pay to watch it. Jesus God, no. But like, if you see it on a streaming thing and you're like, oh, fuck it, why not? Like, if you want to be able to like literally like, I still think you can't really have an opinion on a film or a piece of media unless you've genuinely actually experienced it. Otherwise, you're just reiterating other people's. But like, I think it might be worth watching just so you can be like, oh, okay, I understand it now. You know. You will be disappointed. It is a shame there is no actual morbing time in there. I don't know where that came from. There's only like 2 films I can remember in recent memory where I've like burst out laughing at how bad what I'm seeing is, and those were Morbius and The Rise of Skywalker. I remember watching The Rise of Skywalker with my dad, and I started to laugh at parts of it, which were not funny because I was just like, I couldn't believe what I was watching. Like, yeah, the Rise of Skywalker is like a fever dream. I've never experienced a film that is so invested in going so fast so that you don't remember how bad what you're seeing is. Like, Episode 9, yeah. That film is like, it goes at like breakneck speed so that your brain can't think about what you've just seen. They Fly Now isn't even isn't even like a piece of what makes that film bad. That's just like a meme line. That they fly now is just a bad throwaway line, but that isn't remotely what makes that film unbearable. What makes that film unbearable is sitting there watching it and feeling like you might be about to have a heart attack because so many things are happening at once and your brain can't process any of the stuff happening, and you're just like, what wait, hang on, where are we now? What's happening? Was it I like The Last Jedi, Domo. I think The Last Jedi is visually the best Star Wars they've ever made. There are so many good visuals in that film. Aside from story and all that, which I don't mind that much. The Last Jedi, I think, is one of the prettiest Star Wars films they've ever made. There are some genuinely, like, breathtaking shots in that. Yeah, I honestly, The Last Jedi I don't know. I've never super understood the hate for that film. Outside of the fucking the gambling planet, which is bad, and is one of the few times I've actually fallen asleep in a cinema. Anytime I've rewatched Last Jedi, I tend to just sort of fast forward for every moment where they're on the gambling planet, because I really don't like that part. I feel like I've ended up in some sort of goofy prequel world. Like, I actually remember in the cinema, like, I was like, oh my god, what happened? I, like, fell asleep for a sec. Yeah, that bit is the only bit. I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really care about Star Wars lore. I'm not someone that stuff doesn't super interest me about Star Wars. So I none of that affects me and stuff. I like The Force Awakens as well. I don't mind the fact that it's basically just episode 4. It's fun. Like, The Force Awakens is just a fun film to watch. It's like, you know, I like Adam Driver. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Adam Driver carries pretty much every scene in that film, in all the films he's in the Star Wars stuff. Like, I generally don't mind The Force Awakens. I remember watching it and being like, that was fun. Like, I enjoyed myself. You know, yeah, and like if you're talking like storyline wise, yes, The Last Jedi is at least very original. The biggest, like, obviously the biggest issue there is that they had no like overall story going forward. But like, yeah, I'm not really like, I don't really care about Star Wars lore because, quite frankly, I think it's all fucking mess anyway. So I'm not invested in that aspect of it, so I can't talk about it from that side of things. You want me to rank beds to watch the movies from? I like that. Ranking beds to watch movies from. So yeah, I can't come at the Star Wars franchise from a lore aspect because it's just not something that I particularly care or I'm like invested in any like real way. I've always found that, like, the over-the-top in-depthness that some of those go into. There's a really funny Red Letter Media video where they talk about how insanely over-the-top descriptions of Darth Vader's outfit have gotten, and it's so fucking funny. Like, I was like, that to me is like what represents like what Star Wars has become. It's just like, you're like, what? Oh my god. Sweating too many details. But admittedly, there are things that I do care about that stuff with. I think it's just Star Wars I just don't give a shit about. In that aspect, I'm more... Oh no, what? Seriously, how... Every time cats come in here and lie on my keyboard, they turn on correct browsing. I don't know what it is, and I don't know how it's the one thing they consistently turn on. I don't even know what correct browsing is. My favorite part of Star Wars is the glup shito characters, yes. The random side characters with names that make me laugh. Yeah, but I mean, like, that's one of those things, right? I think when you're not really invested in something in that level, it can look silly to you, to other people. But then, admittedly, it's kind of hard to then, when you're that invested in something, it's going to look silly to other people if they don't care about it. So you're like, oh, why do you care about that so much? And then you're like, why do you care about that so much? And it's like, oh yeah, you'll care about different things anyway. Oh, I will say, the only good thing to come out of The Rise of Skywalker is Babu Frick, because I love that name. Babu Frick is like an Babu Frick is like an S tier glub shitto. I love it. Like, definitely, of all of like the modern glub shittos, Babu Frick is like S tier for me. My mum like the Scorsese monkey in the recent Baby Yoda movie. I haven't watched the Grogu in The Mandalorian, and I don't plan to until it appears randomly on Disney Plus, and then I will reluctantly eventually watch it. I have no interest. I haven't really liked The Mandalorian since season 1. I watched them out of some sense of, gambling fallacy, investment thing. The Mandalorian was at its best in season 1, and then season 2 became the pilot spin-off show, and then season 3 was just I don't even know. The movie to me feels like such like an unbelievable, unnecessary thing. I love Ellen Sleaze Bagano. Sleaze, the guy that sells fucking death sticks or cigarettes. Sleaze Bagano is a very good one. All you really know is the glove. Give me the best glove shittos. What is the gluppest of shittos demo? I'm really curious. Like, look, I didn't love season 3, but I did like the fact that it ended with the Mandalorian and Grogu just kind of chilling out in their little house fishing. I was like, that could be a nice way to end it. But then they were like, make a film. I don't. Honestly, what it should have ended with. It should have ended with really him learning that he has to let Grogu go off and do his own thing, but they couldn't do that. So. Let's also never forget that he gives Grogu away at the end of season 2 with that nightmare Luke Skywalker thing, which is so unnecessary. And then he comes back in a separate show, which is insane. Salacious B. Crumb. I do love Salacious B. Crumb. That is a really good one. It's a point of pride being able to name really, really random Star Wars characters. When people go, who's your favorite Star Wars character? Like Luke? You're like, no, man. I love Salacious B. Crumb. Eh? Yeah, man. I fucking, him, Ben Quadernaros, the best pod racer this side of the moisture farms. Babu Frick, Ellen Sleaze Bagano. These are all my favorite. Anytime you mention. You've always got to add the best pod racer this side of the moisture farms every time as well. One other thing about Star Wars that I think is there's more potential in it being in the hands of various random passionate creators rather than the iron grasp of Disney, only chasing trends and trying to hit the biggest demographic of lazy writing. Yeah, obviously. I mean, yes, when something like that gets grabbed up by a big company, it does get homogenized, and you need to give it to people who have a vision. When you're just shitting it out for the sake of shitting it out, like the modern trilogy, then you're not gonna. There's no artistic cohesive vision. But obviously, you know, art does not flourish under capitalism. So. It's gotta make money. Oh my god. This fucking cat. Stop pulling up web dev tools, man. You found him? Oh my god, do it, Dylan, do it. I'm ready.
Pay a doctor bat a cat sap directine a clinkety kaifneen sev like.
I feel like it missed a lot of letters off there. Oh, that's the guy from the fucking Rogue One. Is that his full name? Paddock Drabatek at Sab Directi Nick Linkty Kiev Nick Navsev Likek. Why is that his full name? Just call him Paddock. Powdock. Why did they're like, oh yeah, let's make him that. I remember that guy, yeah. I was just looking at a picture of him. It's that guy. He's in Rogue One. I don't remember what he does, but I remember him in Rogue One. I remember his ugly ass face. Is correct browsing of Android? Looking up for this thing for Google's. What's that? What is this stream? What's this? How to correct browsing? Oh no, I'm on like fucking Google at the moment. It's just always impressed me that the cats continue. Like my cats are like really impressed by. They constantly manage to turn on correct browsing. They'll lie down on the keyboard, and every time correct browsing is the thing they turn on. I hate it. I've told it to never ask me this again, and it always asks me again. Anyway, right, we got very distracted talking about Star Wars there. It's supposed to be about Resident Evil. I've spent the entire beginning of this talking about Star Wars. So it's the same settings for Edge. Oh, okay. Right, so we're gonna go through the Resident Evil games, and we're gonna talk about them and rank them. We're gonna go in release order, and I'm gonna pull up the videos from YouTube while we go. So, let's start off with Resident Evil, the very first one. I'm just gonna cut ahead to a random part where I'm watching the thing.
Living dead.
Get out of here!
Within an hour, I will have entered in my eternal sleep. I do hope you'll understand my decision. Goodbye and forever yours.
The original
Martin
Resident
Crackle.
Evil. Let's. Oh my god. The glup shittos of the Resident Evil tier list. That would be basically any character who isn't in the main cast in a Resident Evil game. The original Resident Evil, obviously, I'm not looking at these games in terms of legacy. I'm looking at these games in terms of how much I enjoyed playing them. I don't care about the legacy they set. That is not going to change how I rank them. But I will talk about it. I'll talk about how, important they were in the realm of stuff. Obviously, this began the whole series. It's quite old now. Things might get moved around on the tier list as we go, by the way. You know, a lot of people don't love the... A lot of people don't love the... God, it's a lot of time I spend in inventories in this. A lot of people don't love the camera angles, the awkward as shit camera angles that you constantly have to deal with in these games, which I understand. The music also in this game is funky at best. Terrible at worst. There's a lot of very, very questionable music in this game. I am curious how chat as a whole feels about the first Resident Evil game when I was playing it. I still think it's charm. Obviously, like, these older games have this charm that I truly believe is lost in modern gaming. I don't know. I'm very, very rarely charmed by big budget titles anymore. Indie stuff I am still very charmed by because they still have this kind of vibe to them. But, like, big budget, like, studio titles, it's very hard for me to find them, like, charming anymore. Tank controls, I do think they get a little demonized. Obviously they're, like, awkward in comparison to now, but once you've, like, after a little bit of playing a game with them, you get used to them. I find that with most game controls, you adapt usually fairly quickly if you stick it out. Yeah, you always got a lot of nostalgia going for it. It's obviously the first game. I'm not entirely sure. Like, I'm not entirely sure where I'd want to put this game, quite frankly, in the list of things. I might change these as I go. Is it S tier? I don't know. Is it A tier? I don't even know if it's A tier. Like, if I'm trying to think of the series as, like, as a whole, like, how I enjoyed them. Like, I do enjoy playing the first Resident Evil, I'm not gonna lie. But I enjoy other games a lot more. Maybe B is a good place to put it. Like, just to start off with, like, right in the middle, and we can maybe, like, play around with it as we go. I think B is a good shout. I never played them, so the control camera quirks don't trigger my PTSD for me. Great to finally see what I only ever heard secondhand complaints about. What is my baseline? It's hard, that, you know, like, I know that Resident Evil Remake is going to be an S tier because I think it's one of the best games out there. I legitimately think the remake for Resident Evil is one of the best games in existence. And I'm not exaggerating. I think this game is, like, nearly perfect. Aside from how awkward the bosses are. I adore the RE remake. Alright. Let's move on to the next one then. RE2. Now, RE2, I think is a lot better than RE1. Like the original. I think that it takes everything in one and kind of just improves it. Like, it feels a bit nice. It feels nicer to play. I really like the dual protagonist zap system across it. It's an aspect that they made a lot worse in the remake. I do think the remake is a better game, I'm not gonna lie. But I think there are aspects that were lost in the remake from the original. I also really do love the music in this game. Also, and this game introduces to Leon and Claire, two very good protagonists, you know. I would say Leon and Claire are a lot better protagonist duo than Jill and Chris. Mostly because Chris is like devoid of personality. Chris is just a chunk of meat, basically, with a gun. This game... This doesn't have the Mr. X tyrant thing chasing you in the way that the remake does. They very much changed that. Like, the tyrant in RE2 Remake is Nemesis from RE3. The moments with the Mr. X / tyrant in this are like set pieces and things like that. Still great. Still introduced us to that sort of pursuer enemy in like a sort of set piece kind of way. But it did, yeah, you're true. It is like one of the first pursuers. This also introduced like liquors, which are like a staple of the series now, you know. It did have Sherry in, which is annoying. Because she's a tiny child. Also only happened in the B playthrough. Yeah, true. That's very true. I really enjoy the A/B mechanic in this. I think it's really good. Looking good in that blue top. There's a lot I really like about it too. I think it takes what they did with 1 and like expands it, you know, because obviously we start in 1, we're in the mansion, which I love the mansion as a setting. Like, I adore the mansion as a setting. I think the mansion itself is a great character. I always talk about this, but I feel like the settings of Resident Evil games are characters in themselves, which is one of those things where like games like 6 and 5 don't have that because you're so everywhere. When you have like a sort of area that you're always coming back to, which, I mean, in a way, 2 kind of does move on a bit. Well, no, you come back a bit, too. Like, when you kind of are constantly jumping to different places, you kind of lose that, like, the level as a character aspect. I'd say Chris is very bold. That's why he had to destroy that rock. He has to be the boldest, and that was simply bolder. That's pretty good, though. I'm not gonna lie. So personally, I think I would probably put RE2 in A. I think it's a lot better than RE. I think it's better than RE1 in most every way, truth be told. The biggest awkwardness about a lot of like Resident Evil games, the older ones, is the bosses. The bosses are just super awkward with the controls. They're never like that great. But yeah, I mean, overall, I do like RE2. I would say the mansion in 1 works similar to the mansion from Shining regarding the psychological horror. Yeah. I think that was like one of the things I really like about RE7 is that the house is very much like a stand-in for the mansion. And it feels like a proper like character in that sense. That's something I really enjoy about 7. Right. RE3. RE3. Right, so there's like 2 games in this VOD because I beat one of them and I did the second. Yeah, okay. RE3. RE3 is interesting because it was rushed, the game. The development of the game was quite rushed. It feels like... It kind of feels like a bit of an add-on to 2. RE3 does. It's still set in Raccoon City, but you obviously like... You go to different places. And I think you... Do you go to the RPD in the original? Or is that just a remake? I think you do go to the RPD in the OG at some point. I think this is the RPD. I'm not actually entirely sure where we are right now. Where are we? Oh no, we're like walking around the... And obviously this game introduces Nemesis, which is like... Without Nemesis, you know, there would be no Mr. Xe tyrant aspect of the RE2 remake and shit like that. Old poo-faced Nemesis himself. I do like RE3. I remember fighting Nemesis itself was a interesting time. The dodge mechanic in this game is hard and awkward as shit to get right. Like, these parts are really annoying when you're like trying to and obviously you don't have to kill Nemesis. This is an optional aspect, but like trying to get through these Nemesis fights and win is not an easy experience. They flesh out the dodge mechanic in the remake a lot better. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about 3. I'm really not that sure. I think I'd probably put it in. I might have to like add more things here, basically. I may have to like add an E. And maybe an F as well. Like, I would probably, personally, I'd rather play RE1 over Nemesis, to be honest. I honestly probably might put it in C. I think it's fine, but I think I would personally much rather play RE1 and RE2 over RE3. I don't. The order I put these in here, I don't really think about how that, to me, that doesn't really make a difference to how much I like them all. But RE1 before 3. I honestly think I would rather put it in C, quite frankly. I think RE1 is just a better game. While there's cool things in 3, I think RE1 and RE2 are better. Oh god, the next one is Survivor, which I think is still in this VOD somewhere. I think it's like the later half of this VOD. Now, RE Survivor obviously has the greatest character in all of Resident Evil, Ark Thompson. The strongest, most powerful character, the man who can take out like waves and waves of tyrants with a pistol without even blinking. He's so powerful, but possibly the strongest character in the entirety of fiction. Yeah, I'd agree. Maybe even non-fiction. Possibly the strongest character in existence in both reality and non-reality. The Ark Thompson is a monster. I'm trying to find the bits where we're just like mowing down. I think it's later on. The gameplay itself is, I mean, it's cool that it's, you know, it's different. Was playing it great? I mean, it was obviously quite improved. Like, I do like respect the fact that it's a light gun game. Obviously, I played it with like a mouse. Which probably made it like a bit easier. Would I ever play this game again? Probably not. There are multiple routes to this game which I like. So like you can take different. You always end up at the same place at the end, but you can take different ways to get there, and there's different guns and stuff like that, which I think is cool. I like that. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Resident Evil Survivor. Honestly, I'd probably put it like D. Don't think it's a very good game. Maybe I might put it alongside Nemesis. I probably had. I mean, one of the joys of Resident Evil Survivor is it's very short, so it's not hard to. It doesn't take very long to get through. I don't know. I might put it alongside Nemesis. I might move Nemesis up to B, to be honest with you, and then put Survivor as C. Yeah. You know what? I feel kind of happy about that one. All right. Let's move on to the next one, which is Code Veronica. Oh, I have so many mixed feelings about Code Veronica. I'm so glad I have all this footage to just jump to. Code Veronica is a game that I'm very glad is getting a remake. Code Veronica is so incredibly, like, it's so weird having two of me. Code Veronica is so incredibly, like, 2000s. Look at this. Look at this weedy boy over here. He'll make Code Betty, hopefully. Obviously, this features Steve. What's his name? Steve Burnside or something like that. It is Steve Burnside, isn't it? I can't believe I remembered his name as Steve Burnside. I have no idea how they're gonna modernize Steve Burnside. He is like the premier 2000s twink. Why he is? I'm fascinated what they're gonna do with Steve Burnside. Is he even gonna exist in the game? I hope so. Is he gonna be dual wielding golden lugers? I don't know. I need to find that. I need to get that scene where he's where he like shoots his dad as a zombie, not his living dad, his like zombie dad, while screaming, whilst Claire is like underneath the body. That entire scene is insane. I unfortunately don't remember like where. I don't remember where in the game it is. Oh, is this it? I think it's after the... Look at this fucking shit, dude. Father! The completely one-sided Claire Steve romance where he's kind of thinks she's hot, but she's like, get away from me, you fucking dweeb. Look at this. Look at this guy. Oh my god, man. It's so good. It's so good. I love Steve Burnside for like all of the rock. There it is. This is it. This is it. Or have you not run out of bullets? Is it someone you know?
What's wrong, Steve? Shoot him!
Oh, somebody knows.
Wait! I can't!
I can't! No!
Steve!
I can't!
Steve! Fucking Steve! Steve, what are you doing, Steve?
No!
We've got...
Father!
Holy such an like 2000s sort of like vibe of this game. The very clear, I watched The Matrix, and now every like this like the Code Veronica exists in a post-Matrix world, you know. There's a very clear delineation in action stuff in games and media post-Matrix. And it's very clear that Code Veronica is like the first Resident Evil game to exist in like a post-Matrix world. They need that kind of that reference somewhere. Because I think The Matrix came out in like 98, 99, wasn't it? Yeah, it was 99. I thought so. It's very clear that the Code Veronica takes a lot of inspiration from The Matrix. But like the stuff in it that made me laugh aside, it is a very poorly paced game. It's long. Like I think it was up there as one of the longest ones we played. It took us like 16 hours. The only reason Resident Evil 2 took us 17 is because we did every playthrough A/B. Otherwise, it would take us a lot less. Like that 17 hours is 4 playthroughs of Resident Evil 2 versus the 16 hours 50 of 1 playthrough of Code Veronica. Like it's up there as some of the longest. The only things longer than that is RE4 Remake, probably because we played on professional. Requiem, because it was the first time, so we're gonna take our time. Village, again, first time. Any time I'm playing a game for the first time, it can take me longer. 6, because 6 is actual torture, and you know, I think it's just 4 Remake, Requiem, Village, and 6, I think, are the only things longer than Code Veronica, and not including the 4 playthroughs of RE2. It's long. It's a long game, and I think it's made a lot worse by the whole Chris part. I don't know how they're gonna sort out the Chris bit in the remake. Chris is like Chris coming into it and basically like redoing large chunks of the game, but as Chris is not great. I think it breaks up the story too. I would much rather if the story just stayed focused on Claire, who I think is a great protagonist in this game. I think Claire being the main protagonist with maybe like a Chris cameo or come in. Like, Chris does need to be in the remake because he needs to get canonically the shit kicked out of him by Wesker. I think we should all enjoy that moment as well. where Wesker beats up Chris. That is a wonderful moment in this game. The moment where Chris decided he needed to get on the juice. Oh no, that's that. It's oh god, Jesus. I hate the YouTube quality in the dark. It's like impossible to see what's happening. Right, where's the bit where Wesker beats him up? Is this it? Oh no, that's not this. Oh, here we go. This is Wesker. This is Wesker kicking the crap out of Chris. It's so good. I love it. You need to have this in the remake. I don't know where I'm gonna put this game, quite frankly. I did enjoy playing. I did enjoy playing through it. But Chris just gets his ass kicked here. It's so good. he literally just gets punched in the face for like 2 minutes. This is the most character like growth Chris ever goes through, is getting beaten up. Wesker like stunts for the crowd that isn't there. Like, what is this? Is this a wrestling match or something? Oh man, it's so good. He only gets saved because like a fiery pipe falls down, I'm pretty sure. That's the only reason he doesn't die there. Oh, and Wesker's going to the crowd. He's gonna do his finisher. The Wesker Palm. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know where I put Code Veronica. I'm struggling with that one, quite frankly. I don't think it's one. A lot of people said it's one of the worst. I would highly disagree with that. When shit like Dead Aim exists, Operation Raccoon City. Yeah, no. Code Veronica is fine. It's a not great pace game. Would I want to play it again? That is a good. I might put it in like the B tier. I think B, probably above Nemesis. I enjoyed my playthrough of Code Veronica because it made me laugh a lot. I love how 2000s this game is. I think I'd put it in B tier. I don't think I would replay it as quick as I would RE2, but I would definitely replay it over Nemesis. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. All right, so the next one is Resident Evil Survivor 2, which is the other light gun game. And I kinda hate this game. This was miserable to play. I do want a Resident Evil wrestling game. They just like they retell the story through a wrestling aspect. It would be so good. I hate this game. I really don't like this game. It was really awkward to play. It was really difficult to play. I mean, just look at the gameplay. For some reason, Nemesis is in this game. It makes no sense. Like, I remember this game taking me, like, ages to get through. Because it's, like, really hard not to get hit by enemies, especially bosses. I'm not a fan of Code Veronica Resident Evil Survivor 2. I would probably put it in D or E. I'm going to put it in D for now. Probably, no, I'm putting it in E. I'm putting it in E. I do think it's definitely down there at the lower end of the series. Not a game I would really ever want to play again. Yeah, it's just not very good. And then Resident Evil Gaiden. Resident Evil Gaiden, which I think is and still in this one. Resident Evil Gaiden, the Game Boy game, the only Game Boy Resident Evil game outside of the unfinished Resident Evil 1 Game Boy port, which I didn't play because it would never officially came out. Gaiden is kind like I remember when we were playing Gaiden. So I have to like just kind of guess. I remember when we were playing Gaiden that I was at the start I was actually kind of enjoying it, and then I kind of hated it by the end. Like, the end of this game... What is this? Oh, it's me finding a guide because I couldn't work out where the fuck to go. Yeah, that is another issue in this game, is it gets quite hard to work out where you go. I love this aspect. Like, I do think the combat is actually quite unique and interesting in that sense, where it's like based on a timer sort of thing going back and forth, and you have to like hit the marker as it hits those. I think that's great. Very original. There are bosses in this that absolutely like. I remember the final boss in this being a goddamn nightmare.
That's crazy.
It was like, I think you had to like constantly hit it to knock it back, and the thing is so fast, and I had real issues of ammo here as well. Look at my face. It's just like I'm so over this at this point.
Yeah, I don't really know what to do here.
I somehow managed to make it through.
He's standing out range of the knife.
This was meant for the Game Boy. Yeah, this is meant for the OG Game Boy. Like, I'm like, as far as Game Boy games go, like technically, I think it's actually quite impressive. And I do like the visual. Like, I love this visual. I think the zombies look great. I won't lie. To play it is not very fun. And I will also fully admit I have an extreme bias against Game Boy games. I just don't like playing them. There is something about the same with Game Boy Advance. Even though I grew up with them for a lot, I just don't have this nostalgia for them. Even though I played them a lot as a kid, I don't love the sound chips. They always annoy me. They kind of just remind me of when I was bored as a kid. And I don't love. I don't know. I think one of the things I don't love about the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance stuff is they always felt very restricted, and so it never really like felt like I was like they had to work within such limited.
Enemy with something on him.
And in that sense, yeah, it is kind of cool at what they managed to get out of some of these restrictions.
But a dangerous fire.
But
Love a good fire.
yeah, I don't know how you guys felt about me when I was how you felt about the experience of watching me play Gaiden. Whenever I do these marathons, the Game Boy games and the Game Boy Advance games are the ones I look forward to the absolute least. They're the ones where I'm like, oh, fuck. I've got to play a Game Boy game. And they're almost always miserable.
I'm so confused.
The Barry voice? Oh, the Barry voice was good, yeah.
I swear we
Joel, hello there, I'm Barry. The best part is the Barry voice. Barry's voice is great. Joel, hold on. Also, the story for this game is insane. It's completely non-canon. It is one of the very few non-canon games.
the guide for this game.
Like, this game and Survivor 2 might be the only games in this entire series that are not canon, outside of Resistance and Reavers. And I guess 3D Mercenaries. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if Dead Aim is canon or not, because they will never reference the things that happen in it again. I think they'd rather pretend that Dead Aim didn't happen. I don't know if it's supposed to be canon. They never reference it. But yeah, I don't love Gaiden, but I admit that that's partly because I just don't like Game Boy games very much anymore. I wouldn't really ever want to play Gaiden again. You know, I'm putting this in D. I'm putting it alongside Survivor 2. I don't want to play Survivor 2 again, but I would probably play it over Gaiden because it's quicker. Do you know? Like, I probably had more fun playing Survivor 2 over Gaiden just because I got really fed up of Gaiden towards the end. I was not a big fan of Gaiden. And then we come to a game that I have incredibly biased towards. Resident Evil Remake is, in my opinion, one of the best remakes ever made.
Wow. Okay.
I love RE1 Remake. I think it is incredible. I remember playing it on the GameCube, and I was incredibly impressed by the visuals of it. This is obviously the PC version, which has been very improved. But, like, if you ever see GameCube footage of it, it's still very impressive. I think this is the kind of remake that I hold remakes up to snap. Yeah, so the remaster of this on the PC, I think they redid all the backgrounds in high res, basically, I believe. And also they obviously like up the things on the characters. But it honestly, like, playing this on the GameCube was kind of mind blowing. So obviously I think I have that aspect there. This is the kind of remake that I hold like most remakes up against. This game like takes the original and just reimagines it in such an impressive way. Like, you can see the original here, but like what they add to it and the way they change it, I love. Like the fact that this game deliberately plays on your knowledge of the original, I've talked about it a lot, I think is so cool. I've always said this. There's a puzzle with the tiger bust, and you have to put gems in its eyes. And in the remake, they give you an extra color gem. And if you put the colors, in the tiger's eyes, that the ones for the original, every time I cut, it's just an eyeball, which is a door. If you put in the gems that the original colors from the original game, snakes drop on your head. If you you're like, oh, I know how to solve this. So they fuck with you and drop snakes on your head. They do that with like the Crimson Heads coming up. Like, that's a new thing. But this game introduced the Crimson Head, which is great. And introduced what's her face? Lucy, the girl, the hands shackled. A character who is interesting, but I feel like they could have done a lot more. The original GameCube had tank controls. This version, while it has the fixed camera angles, it doesn't have tank controls. You can move freely within the camera. So you can. There's the remastered version on PC has two different control systems. It's got the originals, which is tank controls, and then the modern version, which you can just kind of move around freely and stuff like that. Which I think is probably a better way to play the game, quite frankly. Lisa Trevor, yeah. Lisa Trevor's an interesting character that I feel like they could have done a bit more, to be fair. I love the way I love how they change up all the puzzles and stuff like this. I'm a big fan of this game. I think the music's great. The atmosphere in this game is like nearly unmatched. This game is a vibe. Ugh, look at that, man. It's so good. One of the things they lost with the move away from fixed camera is the incredibly impressive pre-rendered backgrounds that absolutely set the tone. Like, I love this because the way that they obviously have full control over how the camera is, so they can set up a scene exactly how they want it to be and give the exact feeling to it. And often, like, they'll do shots sometimes where it's like through a window, which gives you just this feeling of like someone is watching you and waiting to jump through the window, which I think is just so good. That's one of my favorite things about fixed camera angles is it gives the devs full control over where they want the camera to be at any moment and how they want you to feel and set up that thing. I don't have an issue with fixed camera games. I know a lot of people. I think modern gamers who didn't play a lot of the older stuff just don't want to deal with this shit, which is fine. But yeah, that doesn't put me off this game. Again, though, the only issue with this game is the bosses are awkward as fuck. I think that across most of the RE series, the bosses are really awkward. Like, apart from like the newest ones, The bosses in like RE9 are really great because of the parry system and the way you can do stuff. But the bosses in a lot of the older games are super awkward just because of the way the camera is and the way that you control. I think that's a thing that's kind of plagued Resident Evil for most of them. Without hesitation, I put this in S tier. I think RE1 is absolutely one of the best games in the series. I love it. We're gonna sound like old men, don't we? Modern gamers have high expectations. It also depends like what you're looking for. You know, if you're just after like graphically is what motivates you, then yeah, you know, I get it. I'm not motivated by graphics in gaming. I'm motivated by like the gameplay and the vibes and the overall execution of like a creator's vision and stuff like that. And I think that was like executed perfectly in that game. I love that game. With it, the easiest S tier in this whole thing by far. And then we moved to RE0. Yeah. I'd played a little bit another game that came out on GameCube originally. I played some of this on the GameCube and then I stopped. And playing this now, I get why. The dual protagonist system in this is a fucking nightmare. There'll definitely be a theme in this. Any game where you have two characters on the screen at once is typically a game I don't really enjoy in this series. This definitely feels like a blueprint for like 5 in terms of the two characters on screen, but there's no multiplayer in this. And if one of the other characters dies, then you die. Leading to a lot of situations in this game where I died because my teammate died, which sucked. Also, let's never forget that this game has no inventory system going on. Yeah, I think we die here, right? Yep. That is the face of someone who is incredibly tired of losing because their teammate gets eaten. I was so sick of this. Losing my mind at how looking very beefy here. I'm liking it. I was losing my mind at I died. There was like this segment towards the beginning of this game where I died so many times. It was so annoying. I kept having to refight the fucking I kept having to refight this fucking scorpion boss. Oh my god. I got so frustrated at this game. It really annoyed me. It's in the I'll have a slightly larger millbeelp. I got really annoyed at this game. Especially at the beginning. And I continue to be annoyed at this game because this game like has no chest system. I'm trying to see if there's here we go. Meet the floor inventory where you have to store all of your items on the floor. The strangest decision in... Oh, look, the timer broke there. The floor inventory, the inventory. Yeah, the inventory, the floorvatory. There's no chest in this, so you just have to drop things on the floor, and then you have to spend ages picking them up, dropping things, picking everything. Oh. The amount of times, like when I went to a new area, I'd have to come back, empty all my pockets, pick up a bunch of stuff, take it all the way back to the new area that I designated as my like home base, and then drop everything on the floor, and then come back. It sucked. I think they made so many bad decisions, and I genuinely do not understand why they didn't have a chess system. Like, I can't. I cannot fathom what their thinking was behind not having a chest inventory system in this. It works. Why get rid of it? I don't know. I don't like Zero. Honestly, I don't want to play Zero again. I would love to see Zero get remade, quite frankly, into a better game. Yeah, I wouldn't want to play Resident Evil Zero again. Also, it's long. It took me ages. It took me like 13 hours. It's too long for that game. I don't know. It's not the worst, but I definitely didn't enjoy playing Zero. I would probably play it over Gaiden, but I don't think I would. I think I'd still rather play Resident Evil Survive. Maybe there. I probably would rather play over Survivor 2. Maybe. Maybe there. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I really don't like Zero. There's so many stupid decisions in Zero. I think I'd probably there. I think I'd put it in D. I don't think Zero's very good. Okay, Dead Aim is easily an F. I think I need to make a new one here. That is F. Just fucking trash. I honestly might rename what these are. Dead Aim is bad. Dead Aim is really bad, but also funny in that it's so bad. It's like it's like funny bad. It plays like shit. It's got this weird hybrid 3D light gun system to it. It features cutscenes where
Should be on the shore end. Let's do it.
it features cutscenes
Such a weird beam.
where
Raccoon City,
the subtitles
western town in the United States,
are different from what they're saying.
a substance known as the T virus leaked throughout the town.
Cow.
However, Umbrella, the corporation developing the virus, refused to abort the project.
Like none, the
Once
subtitles
again,
are completely
threat of
different to what he's
biological
saying.
Terror was thrust upon the world. One
It is like that through the entire game.
Why you American spies choose to use such ugly guns?
And the main character's name is Bruce McGivern, and his enemy
The subtitles
is
are completely different to what they're saying.
what is his enemy called? It's something like insane. It's like Morpheus Duval. That's it. Morpheus Duval versus Bruce McGivern.
Go into your head. What do you plan to do with the T virus?
I'm afraid that's all the playtime we have for today. You die. Now.
Although when he transforms at the end of the game, he does turn into a very sexy character.
Maybe you're wrong. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure this game was
Dude,
funded
what is
by
fucking
Chinese
happening right
investors. Or made possibly in China and then really badly translated due to the heavily featured random sort of Chinese secret agent in the game, which is usually a dead giveaway of Chinese investment in a game when there's a really shoehorned in Chinese
Borderline
secret agent
experimental.
character. A great example of that is the second. Oh fuck! You know the game. You know the film with the robots and they beat the monsters up. The second one of those has like massive Chinese investments, so they shoehorned in this random Chinese character who doesn't fit with the narrative. Pacific Rim, yeah, Pacific Rim 2 had massive investment of this Chinese group, and you can say the stipulation was put this character in, and she doesn't work at all in the story, and she's really forced in. There's a lot of things wrong with Pacific Rim 2, but like it's really funny when that happens. You can just tell. You're like, oh, okay, there's a stipulation for the money, right? Yeah, this game is not good. It's awkward. I mean, admittedly, it probably was more awkward because of the control system I had to work with the mouse. Instead of the light gun. Normally, you play it with a light gun. I don't really know how the walking around works with a light gun. Yeah, it's not a very good game. Would not play this game. The gameplay itself is very smooth. Yes, I agree. That is a mouse just in the game. I can't get rid of that.
So we're revealing a pressure today. The current.
I spent a lot of this game just running around zombies because I was constantly like running out of ammo. Trying to find a bit with some shooting. I kind of like the setting on the boat. I won't lie. I think the boat setting's actually kind of interesting. Right, come on, show me some. Jesus Christ, where's the shooting?
Boom. Gone. What the fuck?
Is this still PS2 era? Yeah, this is PS2 era.
Should have left by now. Somewhere in America, there's a kitten stuck in a tree, desperately needing your help.
Not remotely the same as the
Oh well, thanks for the present.
Funny girl.
Oh, that was the same.
Give me a hand. Fong Ling!
Fong Ling! Okay. Right.
Holy shit.
Here we go. That's the gameplay.
Oh my
So
god.
it's this like really awkward mix of first person light gun with like third person running around. Very weird game. Yeah, it does run well, admittedly. It at least isn't like a nightmare when you're trying to play it. But it's not a great game. It really isn't. I had fun playing it because the dialogue was so bad. So in that aspect, I was fun. But I was mostly when I was playing it in the back of my head, I was mostly thinking, "Fuck! I hope this game ends soon." I would probably put this in like E. I think this is below Gaiden. I honestly, you know what? I might put Gaiden down with this. No, yeah, I don't like that game. I think it's like an E ranking, quite frankly. It's bad. It's a bad game. Yeah, they pulse red and they notice you. Oh god, Outbreak. I'm gonna be pretty harsh on Outbreak and Outbreak 2. I fucking hated those games. And I think I have to talk about Outbreak and Outbreak 2 with an asterisk. In that I didn't play them online in the era that they were made. Would I rather play Dead Aim or Gaiden again? I probably Gaiden because it's You know what? I'm putting it there. I'd probably I think I'd rather play Gaiden over. I don't know if I'd rather play Gaiden or Dead Aim. Like, I don't ever want to play Gaiden again, but I also don't ever want to play Dead Aim again. But which one do I not want to play more again? I kind of don't want to play them about equally as much, so I think they belong in the same thing. But simultaneously, I respect Gaiden for what it tried to do. So I think therefore it ends up in D. I respect Gaiden. I think that's why it's above. I respect Gaiden more than I respect Dead Aim. I don't respect Dead Aim. Dead Aim is a disaster. I think that's how I'm gonna land on that one. Right, so Outbreak, I didn't enjoy playing at all. I pretty much used a guide to get for this entire game because trying to play it without one was a incredibly frustrating experience.
Resident Evil.
Easy.
Revelations.
Ez Special is now 20 months.
Ez
buffer.
Special?
Next marathon hype.
Ez Special. Yep, we're going to reveal it once I've done... I think we'll reveal it after we've done maybe the main game rankings, and then maybe other rankings too. We'll see. We'll reveal it later on, a little bit later on. You've been watching GDQ, SGDQ easy? I watched the Devil May Cry 5 speedrun. That was fun. Like the runners for that, the couch, were actually very entertaining, so I enjoyed that. Yeah, I don't like this game. So, like, the background of this game is this game was a PS2 game, and there's a lot of PS2 games. This game was a PS2 game, and it was made to be played online on the PS2. I've heard a lot of people loved it. They wish it came back. There is... Hang on. There's Alyssa Ashcroft from RE9. I'm still shocked that they brought this character back for 9. It's a random fucking throwaway Outbreak character. I haven't watched much because I'm trying to get a better job. That's fair. Yeah, it's such a random. Like, I love that for 9 they pulled a random Outbreak character, but I want pull all the old Outbreak characters out. I don't like this game. I was basically like desperate to finish this game. I think it controls more awkward than any other game in the series. You have to load between every room you go through, and it's so frustrating. It got to the point where I had to speed up the emulator between rooms because the loading in this game is so notoriously long. Like, so when I would go into speed, between loading, I would speed up the emulator speed so that it took less time to fucking load. And it still took a long time. Yeah, like a solo experience for this is just miserable. I'm sure playing this multiplayer online back in the day was more fun, but also the game controls like shit. It controls worse than almost every... It's so awkward. It's more awkward than, like, all the other ones. Yeah, I don't like this game. And the same... Honestly, I might as well... The same goes for Outbreak 2. I think Outbreak 2 is a bit better than Outbreak 1, but it is essentially the exact same game. It's... What the... No. What? Get out of here. No, stop it. Gizzy, stop opening the Chrome help. This game, Outbreak 2 is basically just an expansion to Outbreak 1. It's just like new scenarios, but it plays literally exactly the same. It has all the same characters. They're just different scenarios. They've made a shocking amount of references to Outbreak throughout the series and other games, which is surprising to me. Like, the amount of games that... Like, Outbreak probably shows you the most of Raccoon City of any game. And they will regularly, like, use that as references when they're designing parts of Raccoon City in other games. Which is cool. Like, there's a cool like sort of sense of cohesion there. But what the fuck were we fighting here? Yeah, I did not enjoy this game. I will never play Outbreak again. Honestly, I'm tempted to put it in F tier, but I won't because I know Operation Raccoon City exists. I think these both belong alongside Dead Aim for me personally, and File 2 is just a tiny bit better than Outbreak. Honestly, I'm tempted to put him in F. I really don't like Outbreak. I hated that game. Oh yeah, it had the most like cinematic opening sequence of all of them. It had a really good opening sequence. I forgot about that. I will give it this. It has a really good opening sequence, and the music in the opening sequence is incredibly good. I absolutely would put up there some of the best music in the series. It's crazy. It's bizarre that this game has such a good... It has almost no music throughout the whole game, but that opening sequence in the first one is incredibly good. Really good music. Yeah, really impressed by that. I'd completely forgotten about that. I remember... Hang on, let's see if we can grab that. I had actually completely forgotten about how shocked I was by the opening sequence to this game. But because like it's probably the thing. It's really good.
For this like random weird online only, well not online only, but intended to be played online PS2 game, it has a shockingly good intro.
It's so good.
I love the way the bullets turn into like the cells. I think that's fantastic.
It's
And
so
the muzzle flash
like that is
becomes, like,
such a
little
good
cells.
transition. That kind of blew my mind. Not gonna lie. It's really good.
It's so good.
I just and the
The
music
music is
is
great as well.
The music, oh. Yeah, I do genuinely think this has maybe the best intro in the whole series. But that cannot save this game. It is a chore to play, and I hate it. All right, so up next is RE4, the OG RE4. I have unabashed nostalgia for this game. I won't lie. I can't really deny that. I grew up playing this game. I played this game endlessly on... I like how I got the bit where I tried to look this good. I replayed this game endlessly on GameCube. Obviously, I'm not ranking them on their like impact on the gaming industry, but RE4 has had such a massive impact on games after it that it's kind of impossible to describe. This game has been so influential on so many future game designs. It's insane. This is like a defining game in gaming history. Yeah, we say a lot of the same things at the same time. I'm very rarely playing old Millbeelp. It's mostly just me. Yeah, I do love this game. It's not without its flaws. There are chunks of 4 that drag. there are chunks of this game that drag. The island kind of sucks. No, RE4 was a GameCube exclusive originally, and then it came to PS2. We're still PS2 at the moment. This was one of Capcom and Nintendo had this exclusivity deal for like a couple games, and that's what birthed the RE1 remake, RE0, RE4. So basically, just like a lot of good games, minus 0. They had this exclusivity thing, yes. It was a bunch of games, and 4 was a part of that. So this was originally a GameCube exclusive, and then they ported it to PS2, which is where they brought the DLC, the Desperate Escape sort of a bit into it. This game has been on everything. This game has been ported to so many things. There are an insane amount of ports of this game. There's a Wii version of this game as well. It's quite interesting. Yeah, the PS2 was considered like an enhanced version. They did then they did the HD remake for PS3 360, and then they ported that to like everything. Yeah, there's a VR version of the original version. Yeah, no, I'm the same, Jomo. Like, I love this game. I have played this game a lot. I know this game really well. I think when I was playing this on stream, I was mostly flying through it. And even I think I was on professional on this as well. This game is a lot easier than the remake. The remake is so much harder than the OG. It's ridiculous. This game is just so insanely influential. It's crazy. The same with like what Jomo said. It's a fun game. I love it, but there are aspects where I'm like, oh fuck, I have to do this bit, and I'm like, oh my god, this bit really. And then you're playing it, and you're like, oh my god, this bit drags. There's multiple parts where it drags. Like the entire beginning, the village bit, all great. It's usually like the island that I think drags quite a lot. Definitely the weakest aspect of this game is the island. I've always felt that. And there are parts of the castle that tend to drag, and there's just like little segments where you're just like, oh, fucking hell. Like there's like a whole, I think the whole underground, there's a large chunk of like the underground part of RE4 where I just don't like it very much in the castle. That's super drags. It's a line they changed in the remake. I see the president equipped his daughter with ballistic missiles. Like, wow, okay. Jesus. This game is very 2000s, very clearly written by dudes. He's straight up just like, nice tits, basically. Completely took that line out of the remake. Yeah, I've heard the Wii version was quite a bit easier with the full motion aiming. RE4 is I said this so many times when we were doing this series. RE4 is a game that has haunted Resident Evil ever since it existed. Like every game after RE4 wants to be RE4. And often in the worst ways. Like I've said it so many times. Like Resident Evil game series is individual games until 4, and then after that it's RE4 in different forms over and over again. They establish like and for better and worse. Like in some aspects it's good, in some aspects it's really bad. Like 4 definitely brought out some of the worst aspects in the future games of Resident Evil. But it's simultaneously created a lot of really good shit, and also is responsible for a lot of bad shit. People learning like the wrong lessons from this game, you know. It's super camp, it's super arcadey. It absolutely does not take itself seriously, this game. The tone of this and the remake are so drastically different. This game just like laughs at itself literally non-stop. and they just I feel like they learn all of the wrong aspects of this. Like 5 is this game, but worse in every aspect, for me personally. It's funny. It's just such a funny game. It's like I love this game. I think it is up there as one of my all-time favorite games. The OG RE, the remake as well, but the OG RE4 I just have too much nostalgia for. It is absolutely up there as like one of my all-time favorite games in existence. But simultaneously I kind of hate it for what it did to the series. It also has the salesman. Yeah, like this is the beginning of them completely shifting away from a survival horror aspect and just going pure action. But yes, 4, I love 4. 4 is an S tier, 100%. It's probably above the RE1 remake. I could replay RE4 OG like literally anytime and enjoy myself. With the occasional drag bit, I think S tier without a doubt. Like, yeah, I love RE4 OG. Which leads us to the next one, Deadly Silence. A game I had never played and I'd kind of forgotten existed, to be honest with you. I've noticed most lists that list every RE game miss Deadly Silence. I think this is like Deadly Silence is the forgotten game. I think a lot of people just don't know this game exists, or don't understand that it's actually quite different from the original. So this is the DS. It's DS port of the PS1 game, but adjusted a lot. It's weird to call it a port because there's quite a lot of differences in this. Like, there's a bit in this cave. I think it's in this cave or somewhere around here. You like refight the snake at one point. Like the snake comes back again. There are like new. There are most of. Yeah, it's weird. It both is and isn't a port. Like, there's completely new enemy placements throughout this game. So there's two modes. There's different modes in this game. There's the one that like is basically the original, and then there's this. Then there's the Deadly Silence-ish version. Like there's like a whole new snake fight here. In first-person knife mode. So normally you fight the plant in here, and I think you might. I can't remember, but. You refight the snake in here, which is a completely new fight, and you have to do it with the knife, and you have to time it so to like break his attacks. This whole knife first person aspect is fascinating. So like when you walk into rooms, sometimes when you walk into a room, you get like surprised, and it can happen in a room you've already cleared. It can happen anywhere. You'll just walk into a room, and suddenly you will be attacked by like multiple zombies, and you have to knock them all away with the knife to get through it. You never know when it's going to happen. Yeah, like if you're going to play this, play the newer version of the game. In this, Deadly Silence is genuinely really impressive to me. I didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't even know there were hunters in that room. There aren't hunters in that room, Keeper. That is new to the DS version. The DS version adds monsters randomly all over the place in new places. It also adds crows everywhere. There are so many crows in this game. The Deadly Silence sticks enemies like in places all over the place. If you play, I think what was it called, like Requiem mode or something like that, which is the new version for this game. It like readjusts enemies, it adds new ones in. You're like, there's a whole part in this game where you have to like return to this gatehouse, which you never have to do in the original, and it's like full of hunters basically. It's crazy. There are crows. Like my joke in this, like I think my thumbnail for this was it was just like You with a bunch of crows around you, basically. Because there's just so many crows. They constantly add crows to this game. I don't understand what their deal is with crows. Seeing 2 Milbies? Yes, you are seeing 2 Milbies. I'm going over my playthrough of the Resident Evil series, but obviously I'm like here, so a slightly larger Milby in the back. Yeah, there are so many birds in this video game. I was genuinely impressed by this game. I think this game is probably obviously better played on OG hardware. I had to do the mouse, which led to some awkwardness with the touch thing, but it like... It also, I remember it added these like chests that had this like color switching puzzle to it. Not in the remake, not in the original. Completely original DS thing. There are a bunch of stuff like that. There's loads and loads of puzzles in this game that are not in the original that you have to like do, and they're good. And a lot of them are good puzzles. There's some bits that were a little annoying, but I was genuinely like super impressed by Deadly Silence. I think it's a really good version of the original, especially like in the way it remixes stuff. I would happily play Deadly Silence again, quite honestly. I'd probably put it like just below the original. It's the original, but with like DS mechanics in it. And I think I would quite happily play that game again. Umbrella Chronicles. Oh, definitely like one of the stars of the marathon, I'd say, in terms of how good it was. I think like this took a lot of people in chat by surprise by how good it was. And me, because I played some of it and I remember enjoying it, but I enjoyed this a lot more than I expected to. Last one stream you just called me was The Binding of Isaac. Damn, that was a long time ago. Yeah, this is great. I also love that it's hard as well. I love that this game has maybe like the most lore of any RE game. You get to like find out like how Wesker survived. It's really well done. It's difficult, but it is incredibly well done. This game is just like really impressive. It retells like RE1, RE3, RE1, RE0, RE3, I think. And then the other one is like RE2, Code Veronica. And then it has its own original bits as well. Like very, very impressed by this game. I really enjoyed it. I remember a lot of people who came in watching it had never seen it before were like, "What the fuck? This is super cool." I know that a couple people went out and found copies of the game to play after seeing me play it. Yeah. So if you have a Wii and you can find like a cheap copy of this game, I think Dark Side's a bit more expensive. But if you can find a cheap copy of Umbrella Chronicles and you have a Wii, I would highly recommend picking this up. It is really good. And a very good retelling of things. I think I prefer this to Dark Chronicles, because Dark Chronicles has an issue where it gets a little too crazy with the camera. This one is a lot more arcadey. The Dark Chronicles tries to really hard to make it like you are the person and their head's moving around everywhere. Fortunately, that makes the game really difficult to play. Oop. Stream Oh yeah, you can also play this game. I forgot. There is a PS3 version of this game as well, on PS Move. You can play it through PSN, but it is streamed, so that's always a disadvantage playing games. A bit awkward. Yeah, if you have the PS Move, oh thanks Gizzy. If you have the PS Move, then also check out that. I've not played that version. It probably runs a bit better, to be honest. I imagine this game does have some awkward. This has some awkward stuff with. Frame rate occasionally. Also, this is the first game we get to like canonically play Wesker in as well, and the only game we canonically play Wesker in. You can play Wesker in other games, but it's always as like a sort of a non-canon sort of side mode in the game. Yeah, super love this game. Would very happily play Umbrella Chronicles again. I'd probably put in S tier, just below RE1 Remake. I genuinely think Umbrella Chronicles is an incredibly good game. A lot of replay value in that. I might be like weirdly high, but I really enjoyed Umbrella Chronicles. Maybe A. I don't know. Maybe S. No, you know what? Honestly, I did put it in S tier. I genuinely think Umbrella Chronicles is incredibly good.
That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
Loved it.
Luna Young gifted a tier 1 sub to
Would play it again. I would happily play it with other people as well. I think Umbrella Chronicles is fantastic. Ugh. Right, now we come down to RE5, a game where I feel like my opinion differs to a lot of other people's opinions of this game. I know a lot of people that really like this game, and I think it's because they played it when they were younger with a friend. I think this game is where they took its best shows where they took what they learned from RE4 and went in the worst direction. This is obviously the introduction of Roid Head Chris with his gigantic arms. You are a muscly white dude in Africa blasting through black people, which is not the greatest image. It didn't go down great at the time. It's still a little weird when you play it. Not gonna lie. Yeah, it's a little strange. Some people will be like roll their eyes at that, but it is a little weird. It's just this muscly white dude blasting his way through Africa, basically. It does introduce Shiva, and I'm alright. So, like, I'm not gonna lie, I love Shiva. I think Shiva is a very sexy character. I love Shiva as just a character. I think she's great. I wish she would come back. She has never come back. The only reason I'd really want a remake of 5 is bring Shiva back. I love Shiva. Bring back Shiva. Yeah, I don't like this game. This game also has that. So this is the first well, no, I guess technically Umbrella Chronicles is the first PS3 game. This is like the first big mainline title on the PS3, and it was 2005, 2008, 2009. So it has the piss filter that games of that period had. As you can see, the piss filter is in full effect in this game. What happened to Cube World? Oh, I mean, it's being worked on, apparently. I don't know. I don't think about Cube World too often, I won't lie. Other than when people remind me that Wally occasionally tweets out, I try to forget that game happened most of the time. So this is the first game post Chris getting beaten up by Wesker, so he's very insecure. Yeah, this game just constantly tries to do RE. Like, look at it. This is just RE4. This game just constantly tries to do RE4. But just worse. It's like, oh, RE4 had chainsaw guys in, so we have to have chainsaw guys in. RE4 had a bit where there's a bunch of people breaking the house and you have to defend yourself. We have to have that in there. And it is like it's just RE4, but the game focuses around co-op, and I think that is a massive negative to the game, because I think that distracts massively from the actual gameplay, and I think they focused way too hard on the co-op. The solo experience of this game is genuinely miserable, because your partner is not invincible, much like Zero, and if they die, you die. They changed that for 6, which is probably one of the best aspects of 6, is that your partner can just get the shit kicked out of them and it's fine. But yeah, this is where you see the formula for how RE is going to be going for a while. Lots of little minions, and then the big dude. In this case, it's the big dude with an axe, but there's also the big dudes with the chainsaws. Yeah, horde. A lot of horde aspects happen in this game. There's a lot of, you're in a room, and there's a horde of enemies, and you gotta just survive. Yeah, I don't like this game. I can't see myself playing 5 again unless a friend was like, hey, do you want to play this? And I'd maybe then reluctantly play it. I could maybe I would be convinced to play this if they remade it so I could compare the two. But I'd still question if I want to put myself through the original RE5 again. Yeah, my partner is just getting the shit kicked out of it currently. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's got its defenders. That's fine. This is just like not what I want from an RE game. I would happily. I'm happy when they stay away from it. RE5. I don't know. You know, honestly, I might put these in F tier. I'll probably put RE5 in E. I think. Well, no, maybe alongside those. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'd put it like here. I'd probably rather play it over Zero. It's more fun to play than Zero, but like it's not good. I don't like 5. And then we have Dark Side Chronicles, which for me is basically kind of just a worse version of Umbrella Chronicles. It's not bad, but they did this thing in this game where they really, really wanted... oh yeah, the DLC for this game, I think, was terrible. God, I hate 5. Yeah, they did this thing in Darkside Chronicles where like the camera is your head. So in Umbrella Chronicles, it's very like arcadey. It's like do. This is like really goes out of its way to capture like you are the head, and it's impressive because it does feel like you are an actual head. But it makes playing the game very difficult. It leads to extremely shaky cameras. Just like frustratingly shaky cameras. It's cool that it covers RE2, which is a great game. And Code Veronica gets covered in this one as well. But yeah, the camera in this makes this game a lot less fun to play. Than the OG one, than the Umbrella Chronicles. I'd probably put it. I'd still quite happily play it again, but maybe there. I would probably. I generally think Umbrella Chronicles, Darkside Chronicles is the camera aspect of this game makes it a lot more annoying to play. I would probably put it down there, to be honest. What's next? Oh yeah, the Mercenaries 3D. I mean, the best thing I can say about this game is that it's short. It was fine. Like, I thought it was gonna be worse than it was. Honestly, like I was expecting to really just get bored with this game, but it was like pretty short. It's literally just the Mercenaries mode, which is a good mode, which is a really cool mode in RE, but just turned into like a standalone 3DS game. The melty enemies. It's fine, you know. It's fine. I probably wouldn't play it again. I'd rather play like other modes of the Mercenaries than this. But like getting through just the main story was quick, which was cool. It's got really cool music in it. From what I remember, the music in the game is actually like very impressive. I think I mostly just played as Krauser because he felt like really overpowered. Oh shit, this has got Barry in! I forgot this has Barry's, this has got Barry's Miranda Rights move where he just shoots you when you're on the floor. Oh, I completely forgot. Barry in this is amazing. All of Barry's moves in this are like memes. The Barry sandwich. Oh my god. The Barry headbutt. The Miranda Rights. Shoot him while they're on the floor. Holy shit, I completely forgot about that. Yeah, that's Revelations. Yeah, the Barry stuff was great. Finding out the Barry moves was incredible. That definitely bumps this up a bit. Like, I didn't love this game. I wouldn't play it again, honestly. You know, back in the day, if you had it on the 3DS, I could definitely see it being fun to like spend some time. Fucking the headbutt and the Miranda Rights shit is so funny. I just love the move is called Miranda Rights, and then you just shoot him. Oh, it's so good. It's unoffensive. Like, I'd probably put it in the C tier. Like there. Honestly, push a bit below Darkside Chronicles, I think. It's fine. Nothing much to say about that one. RE Revelations. RE Revelations. I like this game. I'd never played the Revelations games before. It's cool that we get to play as Jill again. I loved the I love the previously on. Coming up next time on Resident Evil Revelations. That stuff was amazing. The gameplay kind of jumped. There were some aspects of this I didn't like. This game does have the worst characters in the entire series, being those two dweebs with the axe. Those jokers, I couldn't stand those two. Yeah, this game does have the two worst characters I think in the entire series. Those two like weird fucking pervs, constantly talking and yeah, they like literally just wouldn't shut the fuck up. I hated them. This game jumps between like these cool segments with Jill that I think are really good. Then the very RE5 inspired Chris segments, which are not as good. And then also has you sometimes play as these two jokers that I just wish would fucking shut up and die. I hope those two are in the Resident Evil characters. Yes, they are. Keith Lumley and Quint Ketchum. Absolutely the worst characters in the whole series. Oh yeah, and Carrot Head. Carrot Top. Raymond Vesta. And real unfortunate in this game is that the end of this game has like this cliffhanger. We'll get to favorite worst characters. We will get there. Has a really unfortunate cliffhanger that they never bring up again. Like I thought.
Resident Evil DS.
Mendez 12 is now 55 months buffer. Oh damn, I've been here for a while. Salutations Milby, how doth thee be this fine morrow?
Thank you. Yeah, they survived, W. They never came back again, but they survived. It looked like they died, but they didn't die. Thank you, Mendez. They never come back again, though, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know. The plot points that they kept from this, as far as I can tell, they just decided not to bring up in Revelations 2. They just completely dropped the sort of dangling plot thing they had as their little teaser at the end. I don't really know why they even did it, quite frankly. Oh yeah, this game does also feature the most egregious design of a female partner. Her fucking like one-legged scuba tactical gear. Oh my god, it was ridiculous. But you jump around a lot in this. You play a lot of different characters. There she is. I mean, it turns out she's evil, but like her character design is fucking ridiculous. Her whole thing is that she just really wants to fuck Chris, basically. Honestly, this came out originally on the 3DS. We played the PC port. I don't know how the game played on the 3DS, but I mean, if they had all this on the 3DS, it's very impressive. Previously on Resident Evil Revelations. I love this stuff. It was great. There's Carrot Top. It was so good. I genuinely enjoyed Resident Evil Revelations. I thought it was really fun. I had a good time. I don't really have any like bad things to say about that game, other than the fact that it has the worst characters ever in it. I don't know where I put it, honestly. I'm gonna do some moving. I'm putting. You know what? I'm putting these in A tier. I'm putting Revelations here. Like a little bit of moving. Yeah, I'm doing a little moving. I think those are all A tier, to be honest with you. Okay. I mean, this is going in F. Just letting you know right now. I think this is one of the worst games in the whole series. I hate this game. The literally the only good thing I can say about this game is that it is short. It took me like 5 hours to beat, and I'm really glad it didn't take me any longer, or I would have gotten really mad. I would have gotten really mad. This game feels unfinished. I think putting this in the RE series is dubious at best. Other than it has RE enemies in, and then it has that. This is like this is a non-canon alternative what if scenario of RE2 basically, and does also have an ending where I think we just shoot and kill Leon. Yeah, I think this game is really bad. Again, I have had well, at least one person defend this game. They're like, I like this game, and I'm like, okay. I don't think you like Resident Evil games, but I'm sure. It's definitely for someone. It is not. I don't think it's for me at any way at all. I don't think it's really made for Resident Evil fans. It feels like a really bad attempt to just cash in on the series. Yeah, it's not great. The frame rate in it is also really bad. Way too much shooting at other people with guns, which is one of my least favorite things in this entire series. The story's fucking pointless. The end of the game, it feels so unfinished. It's really weird. It just like ends randomly. At the very end of the game, you can choose to either kill him or not. If you choose to defend him, the game is way easier. The ending is way harder if you try to kill him than if you defend him. If you defend him, it's just like, oh, this isn't too bad. And the game just goes like, and then it like just ends, I think. It's really weird. This game, the game just, yeah, that was it. That's the end. They say they're going to gut Umbrella from the inside out, and then the game never got any more because I think it did really poorly. Unsurprisingly, yeah, I don't have much to say other than I think this game sucks. I think it's a bad game. I think it's a lazy game that is just designed to fill a shelf and go in a bargain bin. And that is its whole purpose in life, is just a shelf filler. And then we get to RE6. Famously reviled game. RE6 is like playing like 4 games in one. It is Leon, it is Chris, it is Jake, and it is Ada. I still, to this day, do not really understand what the story of RE6 is. And quite frankly, I don't care what it is. RE6 is like the pinnacle of everything they were doing wrong with the series. It is all action, no horror. It is like Leon's part is the best part of this game, and it still sucks. Everything after playing as Leon is so much worse. Chris's part of this game is maybe one of the most boring things I did in the whole marathon, outside of like, I don't know, like an Operation Raccoon City. Like there's some right, so like some of the gameplay in this is kind of fun. Like there's some of the action. I won't pretend it's not. But it, like, this game is so just like not RE. I don't know. Yeah. Again, most of the time I hear people talk about this game. They're like, "Oh, it's fun in multiplayer," and I'm like, "Cool, I guess." But like, I hate this game, and I wish, and I'm incredibly glad that this game was so poorly received. I know it's sold alright, I think, but it was so poorly received that it basically killed the series for multiple years. Like, up until this point, we've had an RE game pretty regularly, like every year or every 2 years. I think after 6, the game went on hiatus for like the series went on hiatus for like 4 or 5 years. Minus like Umbrella Corps, what the fuck that was. This game is the reason that 7 is good, you know? This game is such a fucking disaster and a mess that we eventually ended up with like good RE again. So I will praise it that its disgrace gave birth to good stuff. Yeah, I don't like this game. I cannot stand. I cannot stand RE6. I never want to play this game again. If I ever did, it would just to be play the Leon bit. The Chris bit in this is so boring. And also this fucking nobody character who just dies at the end. Ugh. We flashback and we're doing a sort of RE marathon debrief / tier list. And then I'm going to reveal the trailer I made for the next, or the intro I made for the next marathon. I mean, it kind of did W. Like I said, like the game disappeared for like 4 or 5 years after this game came out. Like, this is the culmination of the path they were on since 4. And it's a really bad culmination. Like, you know, like you're looking at this and you're like, this doesn't even look like RE. What's the next arc? You'll find out later on. The next arc. I like it. The next arc. No, I haven't found it yet. I haven't played it yet. I'll play it after we've done it. Later on. This game didn't help Capcom and was a part of them going under. Yeah, like this game. I think this game was insanely expensive to make, and I don't understand. I don't think it made back what. I'm not entirely sure on the financials of this game. I don't know if this was considered financially a flop or not. I know critically it was incredibly panned. Like, critically, this game was eviscerated. I don't know what the sales numbers were for RH6. Approximately 15.6 million copies. It's not nothing. It's like since its release. RH6 is the best game of the second trilogy. 4, 5, and 6. Including 4 in that is insane. My god. That's right. Everyone has got their own opinion to this stuff. It's fine. It's fine. I might think this game is a fucking pile of trash, but fine, whatever. I hate this game. I think this game is terrible. It is the worst. They took all of the worst things in 4 and 5 and made them even worse. The only bit of 6 that improves on it is the fact that when your partner gets hit in 6, they don't die, so you don't have to worry about them. But I think 6 is terrible. You spend almost the entire game fighting people with guns. It's stupid. I fucking in my personal opinion, if you like RE6, you don't like Resident Evil games. You like RE5 and 6. That is how I feel about RE6. I hate that game. I don't know where to put it. I think Raccoon City is worse than it, and I would rather play 6 in Raccoon City. I would probably rather play 6 over Outbreak as well, because and Dead Aim, because those games are just really boring to play. I had said I think I'd rather play 6 over 5, purely because at least your partner can't die constantly in fucking 6. I would definitely still rather play 6 over Survivor and Gaiden. You know what? I'm putting these two down here. They're not great, and but I would rather play those over those, and I would rather play these. I'm gonna put this. I'm doing that. I think I would still rather play 6 over 5. 5 is just really. 5 is so many. I will give it to 6. It never lets you breathe. 5 can get really boring at times. I think 6 has so much going on in it that it's probably more entertaining to play than 5. I hate it. I hate both of these games. But I think 6 is more entertaining to play than 5. Because 5 really, really drags. On lots of parts. Like, the bits of 4 that drag is like most of 5. Yeah. I think I'd rather still play. I put above 0, but I definitely rather play these two than these games. Oh my god. Yeah. Resident Evil Revelations 2. Pretty good, honestly. I like both the Revelations games. I think they're fun. This is the one where you play as Claire and Barry. Obviously, this game gets a massive boost because you get to play as Barry. Motherfucking Barry. Negative because you have a child with you, which is always a really bad thing in games, and they should be banned from being in games. That is my own personal biases coming in there. Cowboy Claire. But I like this game. I love the fact that once again they did the whole zap system from 2, where stuff you do as Claire affects the things in Barry's playthrough, since Barry's based afterwards. Yeah, I enjoyed this game. There's parts of this game, I played this on like one of the harder difficulties, and there are parts of this game that I really struggled with, that I thought were like really difficult. It's true, Arif. Yeah, the little girl had mechanics and wasn't, so it'll drag you down. The DLC for this sucked. I will say the DLC for this game was really bad. Didn't enjoy it. But the actual gameplay was fun. Honestly, my least favorite parts were probably the bits where I had to run around as a little girl. Because I didn't really want to be sneaking around and stuff. It's very action packed, but it is good. And it's also freaky though. It's like action packed in a fun, freaky way. Like, this definitely leans more into the action. But yeah, this fight was a fucking nightmare. It was so hard. I generally like this game though. I think both the Revelations games are slept on. I not heard too many people talk about Revelations. I think I like 2 more than 1 because 2 doesn't have those chuckle fucks from 1. RE2 beats RE Rev because it doesn't have those chuckle fucks from Rev, and it has Barry in, and so Bear and Barry is great. Honestly, I might actually put it up like here. I think RE2 Revelations is like A tier. I think it's really good. I think RE2 Revelation. I think Resident Evil Revelations 2. I think is like legitimately really good. I rank it very highly. Right, Umbrella Corps is the worst thing we played this entire marathon. It is a fucking travesty. It is worse than Operation Raccoon City. I am embarrassed that I had to spend money on this game to play it. I bought it from a key reseller, like loaded.gg, and I don't regret it. I paid like £4-5 for it, and I think that's too much. I happily bought that from a key reseller website because they charge you on Steam like what's fucking like 30-40. It's insane. I'm like the amount they're charging on Steam for this game. Oh, it's on sale at the moment. It's $59. Okay, so on Steam it's normally like $15.98. I think I paid about that on the key reseller. $3.99 is still too much. Honestly, they should pay you to play this game. It's fucking miserable. Let me get some gameplay up. Yeah, I didn't enjoy playing this at all. It was not fun to play. I only played this because it was a part of my mission to play all the games, but I did not enjoy playing this game. And I think that was very obvious. I was genuinely just like happy when the game was over. Look at this game. Like what? You move like you have ice skates on. Like this is without question the worst game in the entire marathon. It is so bad that I think it belongs in its own category below F. That's just straight trash and like, embarrassing. Embarrassing trash. I wrote embarrassing. Oh, Alpha. Damn it. Hang on. God, I keep spelling embarrassing. Embarrassing. Embarrass G trash. I hate that game. I despise Umbrella Corps. I despise it. I hate Operation Raccoon City, but Umbrella Corps. I'm a fool that I paid money for that game. I'm a fool that I paid money for Umbrella Corps. I feel like I was robbed. I feel like I deserve compensation from Capcom, even though I bought it from a key reseller. I think Capcom still owes me money for having bought that from a grey market key reseller. Oh no! What have I done here? How do I keep? Right, is it the capitalizing that it fucked it up? Yeah, embarrassing. I hate that game. Right. Okay. Now that my hatred for that game is done, I want to talk about a game that I love, which I enjoy a lot more. So yeah, after Umbrella Corps, we got RE7. We go from the worst fucking thing in the entire goddamn series to definitely one of the best. RE7 is incredible. My first playthrough of this was so good. I would like. It's still on YouTube. My first playthrough of this, and it's so much better than my second playthrough. I'm not gonna lie. Like my first playthrough of this is incredible. I was watching it back, and I love how I'm so fucking scared playing this game for the first time. The second time, I kind of knew what was happening, so I wasn't like scared. The first time, I was like shitting my pants anytime I had to do anything. The up and down to game seems to be a theme. Yeah, this game has incredible highs and devastatingly depressing lows. The consistency across this series is shocking. It's in it, and that there is none. This game is incredible. Like the first time you experience this game is such like a treat. You'll never get to recreate. You'll never get to recreate like your first experience with this game. It's so intense. The shift to first person was quite controversial, I would say, by Lost Islands. Like you said, Jomo, you gave it crap for being first person. This game would not work outside of first person. This game works as well as it does because it's first person. Like this is like a soft reboot of the series, basically. Yeah, like honestly, if you want to see my my best react, this game is so fucking brutal. Like if you want to see my best reactions to this game, find my like first playthrough on YouTube. Back when it first came out, I'm such a baby when I'm playing it. I'm constantly getting scared. Yeah, it's real. Even the DLC for this is really good. Like when we played it, I had a really good time doing the DLC. Like this is the first time they finally just didn't try to recreate RE4 in a long time. Like yeah, 5 and 6 and all that. It's just trying to recreate 4 over and over and over again. 9 falls a bit into that as well. It gets a bit too like let's redo 4 again. Even 8 does that as well. 7 is its own thing. 7 is such a unique game in the series. It feels like it's not doing the like let's recreate scenes from 4-bit. This game is like 100% channeling RE1 in the vibes it's going to create and this whole sort of housey mansion thing. This game is so intense. I played this on the hardest difficulty in Madhouse, and it's really difficult on the hardest difficulty. Like playing this, I'm really glad I played this on Madhouse in the stream because a lot of the enemies are in new places, and it added a new sort of it kind of brought back some of that intensity from my first playthrough. Like this is one of those games where you kind of want to forget you played it and play it again for the first time because it's such a cool first time experience. This game saved the series for me. I'd kind of lost all faith in RE until this came out, this game saved the series for me, and probably for a lot of people. To me, it felt like going back to the Spencer Mansion. Yeah, this game was 100% supposed to like give you sort of Spencer Mansion vibes, without doubt. If RE Village is supposed to evoke RE4, this is supposed to evoke RE1. Yeah, no, the only issue with RE7 is now that I feel like it's split the fan base in a new way. It's gone from less of the I like the action aspects of RE, which that's the Psycho fan base. Now it's kind of gone to like I like first person RE and I don't like first person RE, which is kind of like what is now I think is the new thing that they're facing in RE. which is an interesting, like, that's what Requiem is kind of an answer to, is the sort of split between the first person and third person levels. Like, I think for some people, for quite a few people, this was the first RE game they played, and so this is what RE is to them. Oh, Jesus, dude, this game is fucking brutal. Absolutely the most brutal game in the series by far. And all by, well, no, I don't actually know. That's not true. That's not true. RE4 and Requiem are pretty brutal in their death animations. I think the first person aspect adds a lot to this. Yeah, like this game wouldn't work in third person. It would lose so much of it. This game is all about tension. It's all about like this just constant like, oh my god. It's so good, man. I can't praise 7 enough. If you've never played 7, play it. You won't have the same experience if you've seen me play it as going in blind. Going in blind to this game is such a incredible experience. But this game is like a masterpiece. And 100% evokes RE1 in the best ways. And it is S tier without a doubt. Honestly, I would only put RE4 above it because oh, wait, why has this got embarrassingly trash on it? The greatest. I'll just put it on S tier, it's fine. Maybe there. The only reason I might put it below that is because it's fun, but subsequent playthroughs are nowhere near as impactful. While I could like RE4 and RE1, I could play it over and over again and have loads of fun. I'm gonna put Umbrella Chronicles here. Actually, I don't think it should be in the S tier. I love Umbrella Chronicles, and I would replay that game anytime, but I don't think it belongs to these guys. I probably put it just below RE1 Remake and RE4, just simply because I think I would easily just pick up those two and play them over 7, but I'd still pick up 7 and play it anytime. You know, embarrassingly good. It's embarrassing. Embarrassingly good? No. We get into like a hot stretch of RE stuff now. Like after 7, then they dropped RE2 Remake, which is an incredible remake. What the fuck? I was just like, what? My I didn't like. I was like looking at my description I wrote for this. What is that? Leon and Claire in a town full of zombies? Whoa, when did that happen? Did I fall asleep? I swear things were cool at the bar last night. Then again, there were some pretty sloppy drunks about. One of them even tried to nibble my arm. At first, I was actually kind of into it. It felt good to feel the embrace of another human. It had been so long, my last marriage ended many years ago, and it left a scar pretty deep on my heart. I found it hard to get close to others. Oh wait, where was I? Oh yeah, so they were nibbling, and I was like, yeah, okay, but then they bit me, and I was like, that's a bit too far. Only a bit, however. If they asked, I would have been on board with it. I don't remember writing that, and I don't know why I wrote that. I decided to write that as in the description for that game. There's me. I every now and then I do that. I'll like go into the details and just write this like a mini novel description that has nothing to do with the game, just for fun. If I was tired, I could not have written that coherently as I did. I think I was just like, I'm just gonna write something and see what comes out. I do every now and then. I'll do that. I'll just go in the description, just write in like some insane diatribe that has nothing to do with the game. So, RE2 Remake, minus the incredibly murky look of the YouTube fucking video, because it looks terrible on YouTube all the time. RE2 Remake is an incredible remake. What I really love about this remake is that it, for me, does not in any way take away from playing the original. It's so different, and it's such a different experience. Like, you hit the same story beats, but the actual like experience of playing the game is so different in the original from the remake that I think it's absolutely worth. Hello. Like she's checking I'm still there. Hey, what's up? I think playing this game is absolutely worth going back and playing the original because it's such a different experience, and it's really cool seeing how they changed it. I feel that way about a lot of the RE remakes, where like they do them in such good ways that it enhances playing the original for me. And that's how a remake should be, personally. It shouldn't replace, it should enhance and then play through the first one in new ways, you know. Yeah, I love RE2 Remake. It's great. It plays great. They kind of like, they obviously take the aspects of the way that RE4 played and give it and kind of tone it down from a more arcadey cheesy thing and go very hard on the atmosphere. They did such a good job of balancing the atmosphere of this game with the gameplay. I love the atmosphere in this game. It's super duper spooky. Spooky. Yeah, I really like this game. And then obviously we get the tyrant chasing us around and shit, and the lickers. This gave us the amazing tyrant Mr. X stuff. Births of 1,000 memes. I don't know when you actually like. Is it like this? Like way later on, he pops in this, isn't it? The only part of this game maybe that kind of drags is maybe the sewers. Like, no game's perfect, and RE2 Remake definitely has bits that drag, and that's probably like the sewer part. It's probably my least favorite aspect of the remake. But I mean, it's absolutely S tier, like without a doubt. Yeah, I love RE2 Remake. I think it's great. RE3 Remake is also great, just not as good as 2. RE3 Remake is fun. It's short. The biggest issue of RE3 Remake is that it came on the heels of 2, and 2 is such a good remake that 3 is a little disappointing in comparison, because they cut out a lot of 3 in this game. But then and it feels a little rushed, but then that suits the original because the original was rushed as well. I do love the dodge button in this, and I love the modern Carlos. I think he's a hot boy, and he's so much better than whatever the fuck Carlos was in the original. Like, I think this game is fine. I think it's a good game. I think it's just, I can't escape comparisons to RE2 Remake because of how... Jesus Christ, I forgot about this. I think the end of this VOD is like 2 hours of me fighting the final boss or something. It's from like 9. Like, the final boss in this game on the highest, this isn't even the highest difficulty. On the difficulty I was doing this on, is fucking brutal. This boss took me ages. You, like, literally cannot make a mistake on this boss. He has multiple moves that combo you to death on the higher difficulties, and it is disgustingly brutal. You have to absolutely know the timing to dodge roll, and it makes this fight like really engaging. Like this on the higher difficulties really makes the dodging stuff really engaging, but it is insanely difficult. Yeah, I do like this game, and I do like the dodge mechanic. It's really fun. It's fun when you get the dodge mechanic down. It's really fun. This is obviously a lot more actiony than RE2, which is exactly how RE3 was. The original, it was like a lot more actiony, and I guess this game represents that, obviously. And the Nemesis is great, even though if I think the Nemesis in this is nothing compared to the Tyrant in 2. Oh, this fucking sucks, dude. Just getting like wailed on by claws. Up, and there's the combo. There you go. That combo there, impossible. If you get hit by the first hit of that attack, you are dead, because he will combo you. That killed me so many times. I looked online and everyone was like, "Yeah, this shit on this difficulty is insane." Really brutal. By far the hardest thing I had to do in this entire marathon was beat this boss. Like, it took me like straight 2 hours to beat it. I think RE3 Remake I would probably put in A tier. And I would probably put it just below Umbrella Chronicles. Maybe 2. Maybe the OG 2. Maybe OG1. Maybe Deadly Science. I don't know. Honestly, probably there. No, probably there. Maybe even there. Yeah, honestly, I think there. I don't hate it, but I think a lot of these are better than it. I'd rather play those. Resistance is a multiplayer game. There's one game on here that I can't rank because I didn't get to play it because it's impossible to play anymore. Resistance is a multiplayer game that yeah, I mean, it's fine, I guess. It's not. I expected it to be way worse than it was, and so I was pleasantly surprised in a way. You get to you either get to play as a character, or you get to play as a mastermind, basically, like putting down traps and putting down enemies for the players to fight. And then I played Power Wash 2. Every character in this game is extremely forgettable, apart from Jill. They're just a bunch of jobbers, a bunch of nobodies. There is me looking at the nobodies. They are literally just a bunch of randos, and then it's just literally just a bunch of kid randos, and then Jill. The guy looks like a child. Child of broccoli hair. Yeah, they're just a bunch of glub shittos. Becca. Howdy dowdy do. She looks like she's about to go and celebrate 4th of July. And then maybe insult a minority or something. And then Jill. I pretty much played this game entirely as Jill. Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's kind of just whatever fun. You getting but the biggest fun was probably controlling a nemesis and punching people. Yeah, when you get to control this guy and punch people, it's kind of fun. It's very forgettable. I wouldn't play it again. Definitely wouldn't play it again. I'd probably put it I don't know, there. You know? Oh yeah, and there's a dude named Spread Him for Daddy on there. And he just kept doing emotes at my character because she was a girl. I don't think he knew there was a 36-year-old man controlling the character, but there you go. Or maybe he did. Maybe that's what he wanted. I think Resistance is, yeah, like E. It's just kind of like a whatever, forgettable game. Yeah, I don't know. And then RE Village. RE Village, unfortunately, unlike RE7, RE Village 100% is channeling RE4. For better and worse. Like RE8 goes definitely, RE7 was so not like focused on action for the most part, apart from like the DLC. This game has far more of a focus on sort of the mob-based RE4 survival action stuff. You've got the little dudes, and then you've got the big version of the dude, the chainsaw, you know, like the chainsaw person. The RE4 DNA is unmistakable in this game, and apparently they said that they wanted to evoke RE4 in this game. I think that's lampshading, because they wanted to evoke RE4 in every fucking Resident Evil game. Quite frankly. Trying to lampshade it by saying we're doing it, you're still doing it. And sometimes that's fine, but I still think they do it too much. I did enjoy this game though. I played it on like hard, and this beginning part fucking destroyed me. Like I found the beginning of, much like most RE games, when you play them on a high difficulty, the start is always really difficult. Oh yeah, we had like the whole thing there, didn't we? I was kind of surprised by this, that Lady Dimitrescu wasn't a big part of the game as I expected. Like I thought she was gonna be like the main thing. Where's the Lady Dimitrescu fight? Yeah, this is a cool fight. I like this fight. I thought she was gonna be like the main thing from all of the game, from all of the trailers and stuff, and she's like literally just like in the start. I think 8 for me is like a mix. Like the Dimitrescu castle feels like where they put in like the most effort, and also I think her little fly girl minions are like incredibly attractive. Her sexy vampire minions who are actually just a pile of flies. I don't regret being attracted to them. I think this game is like, the beginning of this game is like this whole bit. The village part is great. I like the village. The exploring around in that is fun. It's kind of like the hub. And the Dimitrescu's castle is really good and really fun to explore and do the puzzles in. The game, the second part of the game, like after Dimitrescu, definitely feels like a weaker. So the bit with like the dolls and the weird mushman fish dude, those bits felt way less cooked than this did. Where would you take the scary vampire ladies on a date? My bedroom. For a very, very kinky experience. I think it would be incredible. I think I would die. They would kill me. I wouldn't be able to handle them. They would absolutely kill me and suck my blood and drain me, leave me dry. But I'd probably go out pretty happy, I think. It'd be a glorious death. Death by sexy flies. There'd be no date with them. I think they would, and I'll be honest with you, from the way they act in this game, I think that they wouldn't want to go on a date either. I think it would be like, there would be no foreplay with these characters. It would just be all mushing butts. Just mushing butts and flies everywhere. Like, I enjoyed 8. I did enjoy 8, obviously partly because it was my first playthrough, and it was new, so that was fun. This game did jump scare me a couple times. I don't think the atmosphere of this game is anywhere near as good as 7, but I also don't think they were trying to go for that. Like, this game was like them, very much felt like them trying to mix the action of 4 with the sort of horror aspect of 7, and it works sometimes and then doesn't work others. There's also obviously a third-person mode for this, but that was added post-release. And that's something they took into Requiem from the get-go. I don't know. Eight's definitely a mixed bag for me. I think there are some parts of this game that I think are great. I think the beginning of this game is way better than the second half of this game. I like the castle, and I like the bit when you're in Robo Werewolf Man's Factory of Doom. That bit's fun because that again feels like a proper area. But the dollhouse is basically the dollhouse is basically them channeling RE7, and was definitely the creepiest part of the game. The dollhouse bit, like that bit was legitimately quite terrifying. More enemy variety in 8 than 7? Yeah. And they kind of had to, because it's so action focused, you've got to have a big enemy variety. Like 7 is focused around 7 is all about atmosphere, and you don't fight that many enemies in 7. I think the only time in 7 where the lack of enemy variety becomes an issue is maybe like towards the end, and in Chris's DLC, where you're just fighting the same thing over and over again. Like in this game, the action is pretty constant in this game, so yeah, you need a big enemy variety, definitely. Yeah, no, so like I said, 7 is very much supposed to be RE1 in first person, and it's supposed to be a very, like, I think 7 is supposed to be it's weird to say, but 7 feels like a more intimate game, you know? 8 is 4 in first person. It's like a far more, you have the hub area, which I appreciate. Like, I enjoy exploring around the village, but you do go to a lot more crazy different places. The fight on screen dragged a bit, but the environment destruction was so cool, and the tight quarters in the end was intense. Yeah. This is a cool but intense fight. I died a lot in this, but like I also love the bit towards the end where you're like in that tiny space, and you have to like she like picks you up, and you're like fighting her in that tiny area. This game, it's a good game. It is a good game. I like the story stuff they're doing with it. They have the whole foundation stuff going on here as well. They tie a lot of the story of 7 into this. What's her face pops back up in the DLC. DLC was actually quite cool for this. Yeah, I think I like 7 more. I don't know, it's weird. Like 7 and 8 are going for different things, and I think it depends on what you like more. 7 is a more slow, intimate horror experience. This is a action game with horror elements in it. It doesn't go quite as far as like RE4, RE5, RE6, where it completely gets rid of the horror. This game still, I had a couple of jump scares in this game, which was cool. Yeah, I liked it. I enjoyed it. I just think the first half of that game, I think it's very front loaded, that game, where the first half is where they put the most effort in, and the second half, the middle bit feels the least cooked, and then the end is good. So like the beginning great, the end great, the middle bit feels like it drags. It's just like, okay, we're going to the haunted bit, which was cool. Like, it was very spooky, the dollhouse place with that fucking baby. Ugh, Jesus Christ, I hate that baby. And then the bit where you go to like and fight the fish man. I also it annoyed me that Chris just wouldn't talk to us in that game. And also Chris's coat in 8 is really cool. I don't know where I'm going to put 8, quite frankly. I like it. I don't think it's S tier. I think it's like high A tier. Like maybe I probably want to like I know Umbrella Chronicles is very high here, but this list is based on how much I know I'd want to replay them. Like I'm looking at them and playing them and going, would I be quite happy to play that again? And like the answer to everything here is like all these ones is yes, and I'd very happily play Umbrella Chronicles again. I would like to play Village again. I think it'd be cool. I might probably there, to be honest with you, maybe. Probably like there. Probably put it in B. I like Village, but I definitely think I think all these. I think I'd easily, happily play all these again over it. No, you know what? I'm gonna put Village there, and alright. You know what? No, I'm doing that. I'm doing that. I'm doing that. Rubbing the wrong way that Carlos RE3 remake and Chris RE8 the same voice actor. I didn't know that. I had not noticed that at all. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one. All right. RE-verse, I just can't do. I didn't play it. RE4 Remake. RE4 Remake is such a good remake of a game that is already, I think, up there as one of my all-time favorite games. It is... Again, RE4 Remake, I think it changes so much that I think it makes the original 100% worth playing to experience quite how different it is. Like, the tone of RE4 Remake and RE4 is so different. RE4 is a campy 90s action film, and RE4 Remake is a very, very intense fucking survival experience. Especially on professional. This game kicked my fucking ass. It took me by far the longest of any game to beat, like 28 hours, and a lot of that is because I just kept dying. As you can see there, this game on professional is, or like without any of the carryovers from New Game Plus stuff, is so goddamn difficult. It's really good though. It is very, very, very good. They did a really good job of like making the tone a bit more serious, and it introduces the parrying, and I love it. If it's done in the right way, in the right game, like in the context of 4 with it being more action focused, and in 9 with Leon, the parrying is incredible. I think the parrying in 9 is better because you have the unlimited axe. You can just refresh. The only issue with the parrying in this is with the knife is that because it's expendable, it feels like it's sometimes you're like, oh, I don't know if I want to parry here, or yeah, the limitedness of the knife, it makes me not want to always engage with the parry system in 4. But I love 4. I love 4 Remake. I put it in S tier, definitely. I'd probably put 4 Remake like just below 7, just above. I'd probably put it above 7 actually, just because it's easier to replay than 7. Yeah, I really like RE4 Remake. I think it's an incredibly good game. So hard though, so much harder. It takes, if you're really used to the OG, it takes a lot to get used to this game. This is such a boomer list. Having RE4 the original at the top is extremely unk of me. Yeah, I don't really have like much negative to say. The DLC for RE4 is incredible. The way they reutilize aspects they didn't from the OG with Ada, I think is really well done. And then we come to the final game, Requiem. Like I said, this list is not objective because you can't be objective about this stuff because it's all subjective. Taste is subjective. Despite what some critics will try to tell you. Then we have RE2, RE9, sorry. I obviously I really enjoy. I think RE9 has the best gameplay of the series in terms of like the way Leon plays. Like his parrying mechanic is incredible. Like the way Leon feels to play in this is is so good. Like it's ridiculous how good he feels to play. I think the biggest issues with this is the game starts off very differently from how it goes on to be. Like it starts off as a, you know, so like this game, it's weird. This game is it's like two games. You've got Grace and then you've got Leon. Grace is the RE7 aspect of the game. It's that more horror, that first person bit. But you can also play it in third person, which is such an interesting idea. They clearly made Grace to be played in first person, but you can play in third person. I think that takes away from Grace's aspects a lot, but maybe for people who just can't deal with the sort of intense horror aspects of first person with Grace, maybe it's easier to play for them then, you know. And then you've got Leon, who's very clearly made for third person. I can't imagine playing Leon's segments in first person. It feels like it would be really difficult. I legitimately can't imagine playing Leon segments in this in first person. It's so clearly not made to be played in first person when you're playing as Leon. But the first part of this game, I really like the first part where you're Grace in the place, and then you're exploring this environment, and then you will switch to Leon for a bit. And Leon bits are a lot shorter at the start. It felt like at first I was like, oh, okay, so Grace is the main focus, and Leon is there kind of to like help her out along the way, to supplement stuff, to give you like bursts of action. Except the game completely shifted after you got out of this the sort of insane asylum at the start, which is a very cool environment, very sort of RE7, RE1. Then the game completely like shifts into RE nostalgia game. You get out, and then you end up you go into RE nostalgia game, and you are now Leon for like the Raccoon City part of this game is fucking huge. It is massive. It's so much bigger than I expected it to be. Like I spent ages in Raccoon City, and it's all Leon, and you've gone through that entire first part. You get to this part, and then suddenly the game introduces a weapon upgrade system, and you're like, wait, what? It's like it completely shifts into another game when you get to Raccoon City. This game, this game feels like it has an identity crisis where it doesn't quite know what it wants. It's trying to be everything, and it nails the Leon gameplay, but I think by trying to like appeal to both, it loses a bit by like not really focusing on one. Like the gameplay is so engrossing, it's really captivating. I genuinely really did enjoy going through Raccoon City with Leon. Like that, yeah, what Gran said, that entire sequence in the skyscraper is really cool. That bit where you're going up the skyscraper and shooting out the glass, I love this bit. I thought this was incredibly well done. I might not have loved the zombies of guns because it reminds me too much of 6. Yeah, Gracie gameplay is like RE7 horror of RE1 mansion crawling with enemy variety and elements. Yeah, and then Leon's gameplay is RE4, bordering occasionally on RE6 with some of the ridiculousness. Like my least favorite parts of this was when we were like fighting the elite umbrella soldiers. I didn't like that part. It's so interesting to me, this game because I think it has some of the best gameplay in the series with maybe like one of the most, like maybe one of the weaker stories. Like it's not the worst story, but it's the story in this is a bit of a mess. Like they go really hard on nostalgia in this segment. It's all like going back to the RPD. They've got all the music. Occasionally, yes, it gets me. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. You know, yeah, this game occasionally feels like it's it feels like there were two teams in this game fighting themselves. Developing this game must have been crazy. Like they must have had literally like one team making a different game and then another team making this. Like they really tried to appeal to both sides. And while it can kind of feel like the best of both worlds, it definitely feels like it's more of a Leon world. Like, I think if you wanted an RE7 out of this, I think you're going to come off more disappointed. But I mean, I'm not gonna pretend I didn't enjoy playing this. I really did. It was, like I said, like the gameplay in this is super engrossing. Like I know some people said that even to watch it, like even watching me play for it, it was very like it looked really good to play, and it felt incredibly good to play. When I really like actually started nailing the parry system towards the end of the game, I found the combat even more engrossing. Like when we got to the hunk bit, and I actually did, and like that once I started really engaging with the parry system there. Oh, this fucking segment sucks. This bit. This whole, like, this is, I remember when I was playing it, when we were in this bit, I was like, this is gonna suck on replays. Like, I would want to be able to skip this bit on replays. This whole piece inside of the, it reminds me of the Sherry bit in 2, which is like that, oh god, I have to do this bit again. This bit is great on a first playthrough, it's very spooky, but while I was playing it, I was like, oh no, replaying this is going to be annoying because I already know all the bits they're doing, and now I just have to like go through. Yeah, and I still don't really understand why we did this, if I'm going to be honest with you. The story in this game is a bit confusing to me in that I still don't really understand why we did this bit. Yeah, this bit is definitely, like I said, good first time for getting that horror, but it will not be fun on replays. Like, I'm not going to look forward. When I inevitably replay Requiem, even in my own time or on stream, I will not look forward to playing this bit. This bit will drag. Yeah, I wish this game had more. I'm quite critical of this game, but it's because I genuinely really like it. If I don't like a game, most of the time I'm just like, this game fucking sucks. when I like a game, I will be kind of critical because I'm like, oh, if they just had that, if they just had this, you know? Like this game also, even with Leon, there are bits in this that are very like fun and intense. I want to get to the hunk fight. That hunk fight was really good, but it was so fucking out of nowhere. It was so just like, why are we doing this? Where is the hunk fight? Like this segment here, when you're going back and forth between Grace and Leon again, I like this bit. I genuinely wish there was more of that Leon gameplay switching bit where, like, the stuff you do as Grace can affect with Leon and vice versa. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I do think the story for this is messy. And like obviously I'm not gonna pretend like the RE games are a bastion of good writing. Like we've played through the whole thing, we can see that they're not a bastion of good writing. This game had I found the fan service to be a little excessive in this game, Joe. Like that was like a bit too, like there were parts where I started to roll my eyes at some of the fan service aspect where it started to feel a bit. I think when I feel like I'm trying to be nostalgia tricked into liking something, I start to like knee-jerk reject it because I feel like I'm being manipulated, and I don't like feeling like that. So I start to be like, fuck you off. Stop trying to manipulate me into liking you. Like when I look at stuff like RE7, which didn't need the nostalgia baiting to make it really good, you know. Like I don't hate. I'm not like an inhuman monster who like this. I did love this fight. I'm not gonna lie. I like squeed when Hunk appeared. I'm not immune to the fan service, you know. I sometimes I worry I'm too cynical about it, and I should just enjoy it. It's an internal conflict I have. Like I'm not immune to the fan service. I'm a human being who likes things, and I will get invested in them. And I did get in. After playing through the entire, I think, Gizzy, I just found the fucking fight. Don't do that. God damn it! He just like touched the keyboard and shifted me like miles away. What? Thanks for that. Yeah, he preferred the end part, apparently. Yeah, I'm not immune to this nostalgia thing. Obviously, I played for the entire series, so like in a row. So the nostalgia bits, they do hit me. I'm like, oh yeah, like we went through this, and I'm like, they're so fresh in my mind that they feel that. I think it just sometimes I'm like, I feel like this series has relied so heavily on RE4. This bit is my favorite bit. I fucking love that bit. Whoever directed the action here.
Oh, looks like you got to read, Milby.
Such
Quick,
a good job.
Pretend to be interesting or something.
Like this bit, I was like proper like, whoa, when this bit happened. Like I was generally like, whoa, that was incredibly cool. I really like that part. Hey Vedran, come on in. We're doing a sort of RE marathon kind of debrief and ranking tier thing. Like this fight is cool. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, Hunk being in it was stupid. It came out of literally nowhere. But like I was still like, yeah, it's cool. This is the Krauser fight of the game. This fight is literally like, I hope you have been parrying, because if you don't, then like that entire thing where he tries to choke you, that's just like a, yeah, remember this, you know? Even one of the achievements in this game is, I remember that too. Like, they knew what they were doing. I hope Hunk still lives. Even though we slit his neck open, his body apparently disappears if you look back again, so He could come back. Probably like as I probably will probably see like T-Virus hunk at some point now. Yeah, it is. There's a lot of the Mr. X thing appearing in the Raccoon Police Department. I was like, really? We do need a Pokemon debrief. It's been a while since I did the Pokemon. Been like over a year since I did the Pokemon now. I wouldn't mind doing a Pokemon debrief at some point. I've enjoyed the stream. I hope you've been enjoying me just kind of almost non-stop ranting about the series now. My mouth is so dry because I don't think I stopped talking for the last 4 hours, basically. I 4 Milbees. Whoa. I mean, the size of me, I'm like 2 people. I enjoy 9. I have such mixed feelings on 9. Like, I like it. I really dislike the Spencer stuff in this. Some people have said they don't feel like they're trying to excuse Spencer. I kind of feel like they are. I don't know. I didn't really like the Spencer stuff. I think he should have just kind of. Oh, baby. I think he kind of should have just stayed as an old man who wanted to live forever, rather than an old man who regretted his decisions and wanted to somehow sort of make up for them. I don't know. Also, that character is a waste. I am convinced now that this character exists purely to set up that they might bring Wesker back in a future game. He is literally Timu Wesker. He even gets called a cheap imitation by Gideon. Also, Gideon turning out to be a nemesis was a little bit of an eye roll. I'm not gonna lie. When they're like, "Oh, he's a nemesis," like right at the end, so you just do the nemesis fight again out of there. Okay. This guy very much was like, "Oh, look, Wesker's here, but not really," and then. He, like, everything about this character, it just looks like Wesker, but he's not Wesker, he's Xeno. He's got Wesker's special moves. I'm sure they're setting up that they're trying to... With the stuff they do in this, with the memory transference stuff, which they brought up in Rev 2, and his reference to him being a cheap imitation, like, I am almost certain that they're gonna somehow bring back Wesker in, like, a clone body, with his memories transferred or whatever. Maybe they'll bring back the sister as well. Like, the sister will be there in the little girl's body, like, as the scientist. Like, I brought him back. Because his sister's alive. She's in the body of a tiny girl. I haven't forgotten that. That was a story point in Rev 2. She's still here in the body of a tiny girl. They made it very clear that she was in there at the end of that game. They're gonna liquid snake him. Snake. Like, would part of me love to see a Wesker Chris rematch? Sure. But at the same time, I'd be like, okay, I feel like do we need to do this again? Like, yeah, it's a shame that Wesker and Chris's final fight is is in 5. In a fucking volcano. But, like, sure, they could redo their final fight better. And I'm sure they will. I'm very interested in what the DLC for this game's going to be. From what they said, from what they kind of, like... And also, his just death. I was like, oh, I guess he's dead now. Like, from what they teased at the end of the game, I think it's very likely that Chris is going to be the DLC, because that seems to be what they do. Maybe like it'll be Chris going into the remnants of Umbrella, the broken down thing to like get some stuff or whatever. Like what was the thing at the end of the credits? It was like 2. It was like two soldiers. Yeah, wait, what was this thing? It was like two soldiers find. It was like two Umbrella soldiers found something in the ruins. Or Foundation soldiers. I don't think they're Umbrella at this point. They're like, they took out the BSA. I wouldn't be surprised if Chris's DLC is tied to whatever's happening here, basically. Retrieving the objective before they send in the Wolves. We know the Wolves is Chris's team. Because they call themselves that in 8. So I'm maybe like Chris's thing will be related to whatever they're doing here. So they find something, and they want it to. Yeah, I'm very interested in what the DLC for 9 is going to be. I'm almost certain it's going to be related to Chris. But that, like, where do we put 9? Great gameplay, real messy story, a little over-reliance on nostalgia, but that doesn't take away from the fact that I enjoyed playing it. Like, I really enjoyed playing it, and I would quite happily play it again. I'm kind of tempted to put it in S tier because I generally do think either A or S. Just like it was so fun to play that I kind of want to do that just to experience that gameplay. What's up? Okay. Yeah, it's one of his things is popping off. His are in way worse shape. I can't cut his because I've noticed that when I go to, he's really. I think it hurts him. I think I've noticed in the bot they're cracked a lot more. Daisy seem a lot more just like you can cut them. If I try to touch his, it looks like they sort of looks like the bottom's kind of like a bit more cracked. So I can't really cut his because he just super doesn't like it. Oh yeah, no, I've shown him many times. Yeah, he does it. He does this a lot. He stretches out and like pushes the keyboard off slowly. Because if I don't move the keyboard, he just hits all the keys. Like RE9, I think would be a really fun replay. Hound Wolf? Maybe that's what they meant. Yeah. They call themselves in 8 the Wolves or something like that. Like obviously, when they're referring to the Wolves, they mean Chris. That's what they mean. Like they that's the whole thing in 8. They call themselves like the Hound Wolf or Wolves or something like that. I think they call themselves the Wolves in 8 at some point. I have no doubt they're referencing Chris there. I think I might put it in S or A. Like I think it would be really fun to do. Sorry, was him? You've been enjoying the debrief, enjoying the style. It's true. From a meta's perspective, personality conversation driven streams on Twitch tend to do a lot better. if we're talking like, or in general, like personality driven conversational streams are often a lot more engaging than gameplay. In terms, if you ever look at statistics or you look at big streams, it's like big conversational stuff. That's stuff that feels like that's what's big in streaming at the moment. If you can combine the two, then well done. It's either at the top of A for me, or the bottom of S, or maybe above RE2. I'm like looking at this purely from a would I want to replay it, not from a story. Is it overusing nostalgia? None of that. Like this list for me is based on like, would I want to replay it? Is it something that I could be like, oh yeah, I could just pick that up and have fun with it because I enjoyed it that much? And in that perspective, yeah, 9 is definitely up in S tier, possibly like near the top because it's gameplay wise is incredibly fun. You know, I'm gonna do it. I'm putting it above RE4 remake because I think the gameplay in Requiem is RE4 but better. completely regardless of the content of it, just in how it feels to play, I think Requiem is. I still like. I'm not gonna lie. I love this game. I love these two games too much. I could play 4 with my eyes closed. I really enjoy Requiem. Yeah, I would like to play Requiem again in hard mode. It's so polished. Yeah, Requiem might be like one of the most polished games I've played. I've said before that sometimes like things can be like overly polished, but like to the point where I'm like, oh, okay. Like yeah, Requiem is just I don't know. I cannot fault Requiem on its gameplay in any way at all. The only way I can fault Requiem is that I think the story is a bit wank. A bit wank. And I think the nostalgia baiting is a little too heavy towards the later half of the game. But the gameplay is perfect. No, RE2 Remake is the second game. 0 is here. Oh my god. You can I can't imagine myself wanting to replay 0. I'm absolutely going to play the Code Veronica remake, Kenny. Yes. We're going to do a Code Veronica OG versus remake playthrough like we did for RE4, RE1, 2, and 3. So we're going to replay the original again. And we're gonna do like a chunk of the. Well, we're not gonna replay the original as a whole and then the remake. We're gonna do like a bit of the original and then replay that bit in the remake so we can directly compare how different they are. But I think that's really fun to do. Let me let Gizmo out a second. So yeah, okay. So this is our game rank. That took a good like 3 hours to get through this, but I had a lot to say. I wanted to go into the reasoning for this. So yeah, this list is based on how much I enjoy playing through the game, and kind of if it would be a game I could see myself easily just being like, yeah, I'd happily play that again. So S tier we've got RE4, RE1, Requiem, RE4 Remake, Resident Evil 7, and RE2 Remake. And then A tier, we've got Umbrella Chronicles, which I'm sure is surprisingly high for some people, but it really is a good game. Play it. It's very good. I'd like to play that with a friend. RE2 Original, RE1, the RE1 Deadly Silence DS port, which is really good. RE8 Village, RE Revelations 2. And then B tier, we've got RE3 Remake, Resident Evil Revelations, Code Veronica, and RE3 Nemesis, the OG. Then C, we've got Darkside Chronicles, Mercenaries 3D, and Survivor. And that's about where this is about where I would play the game again ends. Everything after this, I just don't want to replay. To varying degrees of not wanting to replay them. RE0, RE6, it's like anything seen above, I would play again. But I want to play these more, basically. And then anything below C, I don't want to play. Yeah, RE0, RE6, RE5. I would rather play 6 than 5, as I've said. I think 6 is just has less boring stretches than 5 do, basically. Resistance, which I don't have anything against, but it wasn't that fun. RE Survivor 2, shit. Gaiden, Dead Silent, Dead Aim, but Outbreak, both of them, but Operation Raccoon City, and then Umbrella Corps, which is just, what are we doing here at that point? All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining me for this wonderful tier list. I'm probably going to cut this up and put it on YouTube, actually, because I enjoyed that. I enjoyed doing that. Didn't feel like 3+ hours. I'm good. I'm glad. I didn't feel like I just talked nonstop for 3 hours, I'll be honest. I'm really enjoyed doing that. I also want to do some other one of these, like a bit less serious, a bit more kind of just for fun. But before I do that, I do want to play the trailer that I made for the new marathon. We're going to do the character stuff, but I'm going to do this. I want to do this after this. I wanted to do like the main thing, and then I want to show you the trailer thing, and then do this, right? I got to... Give me a second. I got to sort this out. I got to make sure it's... I'm going to put it as its own scene. So we'll do some more ranking afterwards, but I want to show the trailer for it before it gets too late and people need to like go to bed. All right. Where did I save it? I think it was in there. It's quite different what we're going to do. I hope people like it. I'm a little like, oh, okay. I think people will. I think people will like it because I think it will lead to a lot of just sort of laughs and me talking and chatting with you all. And I think that's always going to be fun. I hope you enjoy the trailer. I kind of went for more of a jokey trailer. Okay. I will be playing this.
Oh, there. I spent right. That trailer is just that. The trailer literally consists of just 3 games, like that. All of that is from like the Phoenix Professor Layton crossover. I think Dual Destinies, and then like the first Professor Layton game. I was just like, I'll do that. I wanted to so when I was doing the trailer, I was like, I wanted to do like a really like chill opening bit and then just and then have the objection thing pop in and then just do and then just do all of the over top action that happens in the cutscenes in those games. I didn't show any gameplay there because the gameplay doesn't make for a great trailer. I was like, let's just do all of the needlessly over the top action. Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't really get the ending to work because the way the music I had just loops. There's no like solid end, so I couldn't really. I couldn't really. Yeah, I couldn't really do much about the ending. I don't like the ending of it, but I couldn't the way the music does it. It starts to loop back at the beginning. So I was like, I don't really know how to make this work. I'll just do like a fade out because if I hard cut it, it's also really abrupt. Yeah, I don't know. I agree. I'm not a big fan of the ending of it, but I couldn't find a way to make it work in any other way. So I'm planning, in terms of when I want to start, I'm thinking, I was thinking maybe the 20th. I can't do next week because I'm going to be gone on the 17th, so I don't want to start and then have to vanish for the weekend because I'm going to a friend's thing. I think if we start on the 20th, it should be good. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, I wanted to basically... My whole idea with the trailer was basically just... I wanted to have this really chill, relaxing opening. Like, it's a very chill bit. We're just having like a... we're just having like a nice little like chill intro. And then, and then have the objection thing pop up. And then just cut to just non-stop explosions. And like way over, like Professor Layton, the gameplay is just solving puzzles. And then like the cutscenes are like magical craziness. It's such a weird series. So hopefully people enjoy that. I think that people like, obviously, like, Kadoa Shoujo is a thing that people have... Yeah, the whole point of doing that is the crossover. Like, most of the clips are that from the crossover. All the bits where, like, Layton is, like, fighting the Knights of the Sword, that's all the crossover game. Like, that is the vast majority of that is the crossover. Yeah, I do have the list to show. Yes, I do. So this is the plan. This is the list of games. It'll be longer, I think, than Resident Evil because, like I said, I think the visual novel aspect of this, I think, is something that people quite like from me. Because the Ace Attorney games are visual novels with a puzzle aspect to them, and the Professor Layton games are puzzle games of a visual novel with an occasional cutscene. And I know a lot of people like that from me, is like the voices, and I think it'd be quite fun to just chat and stuff. So I'm thinking, this is the release order. I'm thinking of doing it this way as playing, so we kind of jump back and forth. If I did in release order, it would be like 3 Phoenix Wright games, and then the Professor Layton stuff comes in. Yeah, the series has not come out. Nothing has come out since 2017, so it's almost been 10 years now. They announced the Professor Layton game to be coming out in 2025, but they haven't said anything since. They've said now it's this year, so I don't know. I'm also I'm debating potentially ending it here, mostly because since they announced World of Steam, the developers, the company that make this game, have gone really AI hard, and I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this game because it's probably going to have a lot of that in.
so I'm unsure about like all the other stuff. This is all pre-AI anyway. But I know that the company has gone very AI forward, and I'm not super comfortable with that. So that's why there's an asterisk above the 20. One, because I don't know if this game's ever coming out, and I'm also not sure if it's. No, I think Atlas are the publishers. The developers are. I can't remember who published this. Level 5, I want to say. I think it's Level 5. Yeah, Level 5, which just sucks because Level 5 have made so many beautiful games. Like Level 5 have a really good history of games. If you look back at their like stuff, they did Dark Cloud, they did Dark Chronicles, they did Dragon Quest 8, I think. Rogue Galaxy, White Knight Chronicles. They did all the Azuma 11 stuff. I think they did the Bankai games. I'm not sure about that one. They did Yokai, that's it. They did the Yokai games. Fantasy Life. They have like a really cool series of games behind them. But yeah, since the AI stuff side, they've gone like really, they've pushed that quite a lot. So I'm not worried about like the previous games because I know those were all fine. I'm not sure about this last game. We'll see. It may actually just not come out. So that's why there's an asterisk. So at the moment it's 20 games with an asterisk, depending on how I feel about this last one and depending on if it ever actually comes out. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm hoping that I was like, I'm a little like, when I was like, I'm a little, normally I'm quite like, oh yeah, this will be great. I was like a little bit more nervous about this one because I was like, I hope people will be excited for this one. Because I think me doing voices is something that people really enjoy. And the visual novel aspect of, yeah, they did Ni no Kuni, yeah. I forgot they did Ni no Kuni. I think that like a lot of these kind of games add to a lot of the sort of easy sort of chatting about stupid shit happening in the games. So I know Pat Man will be very excited when he sees it. But yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing. Probably, I think I would like to start around the 20th, so about 2 weeks from now. I think I was thinking about starting next week, but I think it's a bit too soon for me to get all the alerts and stuff sorted. I obviously want to have one of the alerts be objection. It would be insane not to. Objection! We need to have that. I want to have the objection thing slap on the screen and objection happening. Where can I put the trailer as a YouTube? I probably will, yeah. Make sure I don't monetize it or I'll get bland. But yeah, I'm happy with that trailer. I don't like the end of the trailer, but there's also nothing I could do with it. With the way the music was. I legitimately didn't know how to fix the end of that trailer. But yes, I'm not particularly happy with the way it ends. But yeah, oh well. Other than that, I love the fact that I just love I love how over the top it is. My whole goal with that was to just do like take as many of the over the top action sequences as I could from those games and stick them in there because it's completely opposite of how playing those games is going to be. It's going to be very like, oh, just solving puzzles and if I'd shown the just gameplay, I was like, I don't know how to make a trailer out of the gameplay. I do know how to make a trailer out of this ridiculous, over-the-top like nature of the games, though. So that's kind of I mean when I was like shifting the way I do the trailers. But yeah, I like that. I'm happy with that. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, possibly aiming to start in 2 weeks. Unless I can't get the stuff sorted, it should be okay though. Should be okay. I'm also thinking
I might have an aspect of the game where if I take too long on a puzzle, backseat mode gets activated, because otherwise, I think it's gonna get frustrating for everyone. Like I might have like a timer going so that if I take too long to solve puzzles in Professor Layton, then people can start backseating. So that we don't spend the whole time with me just like, what the fuck? Possibly just to keep things moving, basically. We'll see. So, oh god, I gotta change this. I also want to do some other fun tier things. I want to do the game thing as a main thing. But I also want to do like some more goofy ones. This is this is French, I think. What does bon mean? I think it's French this is in, but I was just gonna change the titles. It was the most complete set of characters list I found, so I just kind of went with that. Good. Okay. Good, moyen, pass, foul, null. Like no, bad, foul. I don't know if I'm getting any of this. Okay, is moyen like average? Okay. Bon appetit, bon voyage. Yeah, that makes sense. Mid. Oh, okay. So it looks. Here we are. I wrote pissfo then. Not crazy? Oh, as in they're not crazy about them. I was like, okay, as in like nothing special, mediocre. Yeah, okay. And then null is like bad, basically. I'm gonna put awful. All right, we might make a second list, especially for Keith Lumley and Quint Ketchum. Those are the chuckleheads from RA Revelations that I hate. No, these are the right names. I was checking the names. As far as I can tell, they're all the right names. Right. Okay, I think we should we start at the bottom and work our way up? Because all of the big ones are at the top. Let's start at the bottom and work our way up. Oswell. Need a Chris from each game. Yeah, there are some like that. We're gonna. This isn't perfect, but this is more like we're just gonna have a bit of fun here. And there's also like a boss enemy one as well, which sounds fun. Which might have some crossover with what we're doing. Are the sexy vampire ladies on this? No. Oh yeah. Okay. No, the sexy one I like is on there. The one that I specifically find very attractive is on there. All right. Oswell E. Spencer. So the man who basically is behind everything, the founder of Umbrella Corp. We'll put him in like mid at the moment. That's not necessarily where he's going. The founder of Umbrella Corp, the man who really started the whole thing. Like what do we feel about Oswell? This could be more of like a chat oriented thing as well. What do we all feel about like? I would have said that like he was kind of like a whatever character. He just kind of existed in the background of like every game. The only game he's like actually in is like RE5, and he's like a kooky old man at that point. And then he's also in 9 in a way that I don't like, because he's trying to
he's like, oh, I regret things. I don't know. Like, yeah, what criteria? I think just, I guess just how much we like the character, I guess, is the criteria. I don't know. Impact on, not impact on this thing, just like how they are in the whole, like how the character is in the whole as a thing, you know. I don't think how much impact they have. No, I think maybe just more how we feel about them in the whole thing. Like, I think Oswell has, like, he's behind everything, but we see so little of him. Yeah, before 9 he was straight up just an evil man who wanted to live forever. 9 made him into a slightly sympathetic character. Where's my... I can hear a cat meowing. One sec. All right. Oh, can you open the door? Thanks. Hi. Yeah, like he only gets character in 5 and 9. 5, he's just generic evil guy. 9, he's old guy over slight regret. Oh, I just realized is what's her face Ooze in this one? Who's Rachel Foley? I will get to that. I think mid. Oswald, I think, is perfectly mid. He's a mid character. He's whatever. I think it's a great way to start. Oswald is just mid. James Marcus, he's one of the founders of Umbrella. Has he even been in a game? Have we ever? I know he's one of the founders of Umbrella, but he's the one that I think Oswald forced out of the company, right? Have we ever seen him in a? Oh, he's the guy. He's the fucking worm guy. He's the worm guy from Zero. James Marcus is Worm Man. When he's like singing Worm Man. Good night. Yeah, like James, he's the one that gets killed by Wesker and Birkin, and then they like laugh over his corpse, like, haha, we're gonna take your research, and then the slugs go into him. I think Rachel Foley might be Rachel Ooze. Is that the one? Do you remember the joke we made about Ivan Ooze's daughter? It is. It's Rachel Ooze. She's the busty girl who becomes the ooze creature. I thought so. I knew she was Rachel Ooze. Rachel Foley is Rachel Ooze. You find her at the beginning of the game dead, and she's just like has massive breasts. And then she becomes Rachel Ooze. Ooze Rachel, that's it, yeah, Ooze Rachel. Oh, she's gonna go high tier, obviously. We love Rachel Ooze. Yeah, I don't know. James Marcus, so he's like the villain of Zero. He's like the I mean, like, I literally had forgotten who he was until just now, and I had to check James Marcus. I guess mediocre. I guess he's kind of like, Yeah, he's like the forgettable villain of Zero. I mean, I don't like Zero anyway, but he like sings a bit and he makes slugs appear. I guess he's kind of mediocre. He appears probably more in Zero than Oswald appears across the entire series, even if Oswald's specter looms across the whole series. Maybe mid, maybe mediocre. I guess he's kind of mediocre. William Birkin is another important character. He's the guy in 2, the scientist in 2, who causes he creates the G virus. Well, the G virus, and he's like the whole one of the main reasons that everything gets falls apart in RE2. I think he's good. Like, if you compare him to these two, he's good. You know, he's like, we don't really maybe mid, but better than Oswald. Like, we don't see that much of him. Like, we see him as a creature. He appears. He seems laughably evil when you see him most of the time. We're basing them on just not looks, not personality. We're basing them on I guess just how much we like them in the series. I think that's what we're doing. Or like, I don't know. If we're based them on impact, then Oswald would be GOAT, but he's not. He's mid. Vibes based. I guess it's a little vibes based. Yeah. I'm putting William in mid. Smash and pass. I mean, I could do a smash and pass afterwards if you want. William. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do a smash and pass after. We'll do that for the creatures as well. I think Birkin's fine. Annette Birkin is his wife. She gets more characterization. She's kind of forgettable though. I mean, like, she basically is like a shit mum. They're both kind of mid, to be honest with you. If I'm going to be honest here, I think they're both pretty mid. I'm not loving. I think they're better than Oswell. That's why they're higher up, and she's just got more character than he does. But like, they're both kind of mid. Ricardo Irving. Okay, if you remember Ricardo Irving, he's the guy that I thought said I'm a victim of circumstance, but apparently he doesn't. He's in 5. He's super duper throwaway. He like appears for like 2 cutscenes and then becomes a giant creature. Like the characters we're currently ranking are like super throwaway 1-game characters for the most part. Ricardo Irving is. I'm still convinced he says I'm a victim of circumstance. This is the Ricardo Irving fight.
Oh, why don't you tell us playthings? Whoa! It's me. I'm Ricardo. You're making me look bad.
You're making me look bad. Who do you think got this entire operation off the ground? Research like this doesn't.
I mean, his accent alone gives him he's great.
Yet everyone looks down on me.
You're making me look bad.
But not anymore. Don't do it.
And then he turns into like a big squiggly monster thing. He's such a throwaway character. I don't know. You're making me look bad. My name is Ricardo Irving. Oh, what's going on over here? I that. Oh wait, I think he maybe supposed to be like New York. I think. Oh hey, what's going on over here? Oh, I'm a victim of circumstance. You got some gabagoo. I mean, he's mediocre, but he's like better than he's better than James Marcus, just because I think his accent's funny. Zeno is fucking awful. Like, let's be real, he's a waste of a character. Like, he appears and he's cool for like a minute, and then he just dies. I'm pretty sure Zeno exists to set up a return of Wesker. But he's pretty awful, to be honest with you. I think he's a waste. I genuinely think he's a fucking waste. Mother Miranda. Oh, she's the one from 8. I guess she's pretty mid. I don't know. God, there's so many random. Should we just shift this to like bang or pass, smash or pass? I think we should. This I don't know how to rank these. Let's just shift this to smash or pass. Fuck it. Let's just change this to smash or pass. We don't need to know what order they go. Let's just smash or pass. Let's just pick smash or pass. That's the only thing people care about, is if I want to smash or pass them. All right, smash, pass. I might add super smash. Which is like really smash. Child. I don't think any of them are. Oh god, she's on here. Well, she's just going in pass. Okay, yeah. We'll add child. Yeah, okay. I was like, I don't think any of them are kids on here. Child. Okay, so immediately let's put Natalia in there because she's a child. I don't think any of the other characters in here are children. Oh, Emily. Yeah, Emily goes in the child. We don't have young Sherry. It's older Sherry. Like 30, 40-year-old Sherry, so that's fine. Oh god, Chunk and Maria in here. Maria's technically a child. Possibly. She's a monstrous. Oh, Evelyn. Evelyn is a monster, but also a child. Ethan's daughter. By the time we play it and the design they've gone for here, I actually have no idea. I think she's like 20. Because the DLC for her takes place in 2037, and she's born 2020. So she would be, oh, she's like 17, I guess. No, hang on, am I getting that wrong? 2030. So yeah, no, 17, right? Am I getting that wrong? I think she's 17 during the DLC. I thought she was 20 during the DLC. I don't know why I thought she was 20. Yeah, we'll stick her in there as well. teenager, but whatever. 17, still too young. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's 17. Anyway, yeah, they call it adult role. Yeah, I swear, I thought she was 20 as well in that. Oh well. I mean, if it's based in 2037 and she was born in 2020, then that would make her 17. So we'll put her in there. We'll play it safe. I think everyone else is either a monster or like old. I don't think anyone else is like scarily young. Grace is somewhere in her 20s or something like that. Ashley, they've gone off the RE4 design, and Ashley is 20 something, I believe. At least in the remake. She's like 21, 22. I think Brad Vickers, that just looks like a picture of a real person. Brad Vickers one is great. I think that's fine. I don't know how old Moira. I think Moira Burton's like 20 something as well. Right. Okay. Let's go. Let's do it then. Let's start from the beginning. Oswell Spencer, smash or pass. All right. Sorry, here we go. Right, okay. It's in case I'm doing this for YouTube. Okay, this is the smash or pass of characters in Resident Evil because my chat of freaks and want me to do this. We've put the characters that are 17 and kids in the child you freak. Everyone else is like in their 20s and above, or a monster, or a terrifying monster. So, speaking of the first one, Oswald E. Spencer, a monster, but an old man. Would I smash Oswald E. Spencer? Okay, let's think. If I smashed him, I could inherit his fortune. You know, bang an old man, stick around till he's rich, till he dies, you know. But how likely is it I'm going to survive that long and he's not just going to turn me into a eyeball monster? You know, realistically, what are the chances that I survive long enough to inherit his fortune after, like, banging the old man for a while, and that he doesn't turn me into a monster along the way? You know? I think we're going to go and pass, because I think while, yeah, you know, I could, like, gold dig him, I think he would turn me into an eyeball monster beforehand. Yeah, he will 100% would use me as a research subject after sex, you know. I don't think we'd survive long enough. Also, yeah, his like cum might have the G virus in it or something. Yeah, we're gonna pass on him purely out of survival. I think it would be a bad idea. You know, let's survive. Annette Birkin, she's cold as fuck. Like, her personality in RE2 is just really cold and horrible. She kind of gives me the vibes that she'd like call me like a piece of shit and look down on me. You know? Do you know, like, she's got that kind of like, you fucking disgust me and I'm disgusting for banging you. I don't know. Yeah, why not? Why not? You're already on record of willing to be satisfied in glorious death to a swarm of flies. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, I know, but like at least the swarm of flies is like pretty. I have to bang him. Like, he's gross. He's like an old man. I don't want to bang it. I don't want to bang an old man. Like, I'm open-minded, but I just don't think I want to bang an old man who also is very likely to turn me into a fucking test subject. William Birkin, you know, I'm thinking of Annette Birkin more. She's probably really likely to experiment on me as well. I think I'm passing on both of these motherfuckers. I'm thinking about more than just, would it be sexy? I'm like, I think I die. I think all of these people would have sex with me, And then I'm assuming everyone in this situation is bi, by the way. Everyone's just into everything in this situation. I think they'd probably kill me either before or after the sex. And I don't think the sex would be good enough to warrant dying afterwards. So, like, pass on all of these people. Honestly pass on most people that do the experiments because I'm worried that they'd turn me into a monster. Ricardo Irving. Honestly, I'm not attracted to Ricardo because I think his eyes are way too far apart and he looks a bit like an ant. He looks like an ant. I don't like his face. And let's be real, his accent is really fucking annoying. I wouldn't smash him. I don't think I could stand talking to him for more than 2 seconds. I think the noises he'd make during sex would be awful. He'd be like,
Yeah, you want that? Oh, yeah, you're taking that?
I'd laugh. I couldn't keep an erection. I think I'd laugh too much. I couldn't do it. Yeah, and William's sticking a needle in me while banging. I think Ricardo would just be too difficult to bang. It would be a very difficult bang, Ricardo. He would annoy me. James Marcus again, just like an old man. Old man, I just don't want to bang old man. I really don't. Also, he's like made of slugs. Like, yeah, okay, young him is kind of hot. Like, if we go, like, they've got old, young, like, James Marcus here. But, like, yeah, like, young him is kind of, he's kind of like, he's got, like, pretty boy vibes. This is a very intense image of this man. That's young him. So after he dies, the slugs go into him and turn him into, like, young him. Like, he's got, like, Final Fantasy sort of pretty boy vibes going on. But that stare. Jesus. If he is an old man, no. If he is slug young man, maybe. I'm going to smash. No, I don't think... Do I want to bang a bunch of slugs? He's a really good singer, though. I'm putting him in smash. Smash young him, not old him. Xeno smash. He's a good-looking dude. Yeah, he's a bit of a fucking... Yeah, he's like Wesker brand. He's like shitty Wesker, but he's hot. He's a good-looking dude. Plus, he'll do, like, crazy shit on me. He'll be like... He could probably teleport and do... I'm sure the teleportation does crazy stuff in bed. I can forgive the flies, but I draw the line at slugs. Yeah, yeah, all right. I'll smash specifically young James Marcus. I'll smash him. He's a good-looking dude. Zeno's a good-looking dude. He's a piece of shit, but he's a good-looking dude. Victor Gideon, I don't think... There's a lot of just old dudes in this, isn't there? God, you just have to, like, bang my way for a bunch of gammons. Victor Gideon is probably a pass. He's pretty gross. Also, like, what if he turned into his nemesis form at the end? And his mouth, yeah, he's got a real horrible mouth. I think we hard pass on Victor Gideon. Like, sure, you could have sex with the I'm sure, like, his skin, pierced together skin, you could be used as some kind of weird sex thing, but Morgan Lansdale just looks kind of like what's his face? Also, smash Xeno way more. He looks like Saruman. He's the guy from Revelations. He's like the leader of the terrorist group in Revelations. I don't know. It kind of looks like... I guess I could bang him.
Resident Evil. Valenkus is now 22 months buffer.
Thank you, Valenkus. I think I bang him because he kind of looks like Saruman, and I think that would be kind of hot. I could just pretend... Sorry, let's put the music on again. I could pretend that I was, like, having sex with Saruman, you know? I'll be honest with you, I think Xeno's a Super Smash. He's a good looking dude. I'd Super Smash Xeno. He's a stupid character, but he's hot. He's very hot. Jack Norman. I don't even know who Jack Norman is. Who is Jack Norman? Oh, this guy. Yeah, okay. He's the guy you fight in the boat at the end of RE1. No? He's just like a random bold dude. No. No. Oh my god. Okay. Torres Mendez is the big dude from RE4. He's the big cheese guy. He's he's the guy that turns into the big long spine creature. Yeah, he's the center spine man. Like, I need to look at another picture of him. That's not what I meant to type in. Go away, AI overview. I just want to look at pictures. Like, that's what he turns into? Like, he's really big. Yeah. Like, honestly, I get the vibe that he's, like, really religious. I know he's a part of a cult. And, like, I'm, like, super not into that. I get the feeling he'd, like... I get the feeling he'd, like, have sex with me and then just, like, hate himself and hate me. Like, he'd be, like, a really self-hating, like, gay guy, you know? Like, he'd probably, like, have sex and then, like, read me a sermon on why being gay is evil or something. I think it would be a very, very strange, like, it would be a very uncomfortable, strange experience. I think no. I think no. I think we say no to him. He gives me those vibes. Marguerite Baker, the mum in RE7. Yeah, he'd be like banging you with the canine tails. He's got the beard. Honestly, the beard is even more of a turn off for me. I don't like beards. The beard's even more of a reason for me to say no. That beard's so big, there's like food in it. And like, what if you were banging and like crumbs were raining down on you? You don't want that. You'd feel like a Cobb salad, She's the lady that becomes the fly. Kind of thing. Now, pre RE7, yeah, because she seems like a lovely lady, and I think she'd like bake me pie afterwards. But like after infection, absolutely not. She's basically a spider. Are we going like post-infection, or we going like pre-infection? Pre, yes. I think it would be it would be a very sweet experience. Post, absolutely not. I'm gonna say post because of the picture. I'd say no. I think the spider thing is too much for me. There's a lot of people I wouldn't bang in the RE universe, as I'm realizing. Jack Baker, so he's the dad. I mean, like, I visually know I wouldn't want to, and the beard's not doing it. But again, though, pre-infection, like, yeah, like, I'm looking at this list. A lot of old balding guys in this list. Just a lot of white-haired dudes. It's just a lot of like middle-aged / older balding or white-haired dudes. Like, pre-infect seems like a really nice guy to share a meal with, and then nothing more. I think he'd be a lovely husband. I'd smash him. Fuck it, why not? I'd smash him and hope that I could change him. I'd hope I could change him. I hope I could bring him around, you know. I think I'd live in like like this crazy world where I'm like, I can change him. I can change him. I couldn't. Jack Krauser, absolute super smash. He's like a hard-bodied muscle man. Yeah, as a personality, I couldn't fucking stand him. He's just a fucking weird military dude. But like he's like hard-bodied baby boy. He's a muscle man. Hopefully he doesn't get the claw out when we're doing it. But yeah, absolutely super smash on Krauser. Not from a personality perspective, just purely because he's got a good body. And then you pass the net. Yeah, because I think she's gonna turn me into a monster. Okay, fine. We'll put a net in Smash. She'll turn me into a monster, but you know, it'll probably be fun. She's going in Smash, right? Like if I'm willing to smash Morgan Lansdale because I think he looks like Saruman, I guess I'll smash Annette Birkin. All right. Salvatore Moreau. Oh God, this is the man that turns into a fish. The coldness would have me crying alone at night while she's in one of her secret labs. Oh yeah, it would be a really cold, like she would be like, I actually think she might have you like sign a contract before you have sex, like perfectly stating what this is. She'd be like, right, I the sexy agree to sex on this date at this time because she's so busy in the lab. She's like, right, I've got 10 minutes before I got to be back in the lab. Trousers off. Let's do this thing. Like, she'd be very efficient. And then while slowly injecting me with tea. You know what? Actually, why would I say no? This would be great. It would be the most efficient sex ever. It wouldn't be great. It wouldn't be, like, fun. It'd be efficient. You know? You'd just be like, done. You know what? Yeah, you know what? I've been turned around on Annette Birkin. Yeah, Salvatore Moreau is gross. I don't even think I could entertain the idea where I would bang this thing. That's what he looks like under the cloak. Like, Jesus Christ. I don't think I could even entertain the idea that I would fuck this thing. It's disgusting. Up there with some of the more gross creatures. That's what he turns into as well. So many eyeballs. What is this picture? Oh my god. My idea of what Salvatore Moreau might have looked like before his mutation. Yeah, sure. Yeah, he looks like a reject from Bloodborne. Yeah, I also hate his personality. He's like a sniveling. Why is he so jacked and why is this person so... That is a real wide interpretation. Like, he's so scrawny, yeah, man. Like, from based on his personality, he looks like he watches security footage and jacks off to people who like have like a cleavage or something. Absolutely not. Pass. Hard pass. Big pass. Do not want to bang. Mother Miranda. Do we actually ever see what Mother Miranda looks like without the helmet on? Probably, yeah. Oh, yeah, she's hot as hell. What the fuck? Oh my god. Absolutely. She'd definitely kill me, but what the fuck? She's hot as hell. Look at that. She's crazy hot. What the hell? She's crazy, like, literally, and she turns into that. But, like, oh my god. Are you kidding me? She could also give me like cool powers, like super smash above Miranda. She could turn me into like a Magneto werewolf, or a gross fishman, or The vampire lady. Ooh. We're getting very close to the vampire ladies. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, Super Smash Mouth Miranda. Oh my god. Mad hot. Very interested. Here we go. Another weird old gray-haired dude. Ramon Salazar. Probably not, quite frankly. That is not what I was looking for. There's a lot of uglies in this cast. Yeah, yeah, just like no. He looks like a child in the OG one, and he looks like a fucked up Mozart in the remake. Just no. Like his personality alone, I can't bang Ramon Salazar. Donna Benevito, isn't she like? She's the one who's got the. I'm shocked that that's like the first one. Oh my god! What the hell? Yeah. Like I know she's got the creepy doll, but I'd absolutely put out with the creepy doll. She's crazy. She's very hot. She's like gothic, scary hot. The doll, yeah, absolutely fucking terrifying, and I'd be dead. I'm not gonna lie, I would die. But yeah, she's pretty hot. I think, honestly, I think regular Smash. I think regular Smash just because maybe Super Smash. She's like. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, probably Super Smash. Very attractive, I'm not gonna lie. No, I think the doll brings it down to a regular Smash, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I think not Super Smash. Like, Super Smash for me is like, yeah, we'd hook up quite a lot, you know? Like, it would be an ongoing thing. I think maybe not, because I think the dolls would put me off. And she'd also make pheromones and make me see shit. Yeah, actually, oh, that's true. I don't know how much of what actually happened in it was real, because of the pheromones. Okay, I'm pretty sure that if we smashed, I would get infected with the pheromones and become her, like, sex slave. Super Smash. Never mind. Super Smash. I'm in. Nemesis? Oof. That's a hard one. That's a hard... like... That is... like... Ugh. It's a pretty gross face. Those teeth. Those teeth are... That's it. Yeah, you know? That's it. Yeah, like, maybe once. Like, maybe once. Because I think he'd kill me. But, like, I don't know. That smile, that goddamn smile. He's so strong. He could pick me up and make me feel like a little fairy doll. Yeah, I'll do it once, because I think once would be about as much as a human body could handle for Nemesis. Probably also got a big hog. Hunk? Oh, Super Smash. Super Smash. I don't know what Hunk looks like, but just he's Super Smash. I want a big, strong man, but not like that. Hunk, I have no idea what Hunk looks like, but I'd assume he's like, he's a Super Smash. Just because he's great. He'd probably break my neck afterwards. Yeah, Nemesis made me feel very secure and safe. Keeps the mask on. Oh, shit. Mask on? You're right. Definitely Super Smash. That would be such a weird experience. Banging someone with, like, a gas mask on? Be like having sex in the trenches in World War II. Oh, or World War One, maybe. I don't know. No, World War One. That was the more trenches, wasn't it? It'd be like banging someone in the trenches in World War One. What an experience. Excella Gion? Yeah, I mean, like, look, she's hot. She's like boob-tastic.
as like a character. That was very risky me typing that in because I just realized that there could be a lot of nudity on that screen. That was a risky search. Though. Yes, Super Smash. She's crazy hot. Yeah, she turns into a pile of worms after Wesker infects her, but like she's insanely hot. That's like a very easy Super Smash. She's literally just a normal person with big boobs, basically. Lisa Trevor's a child, technically, so I'm putting her in the child thing. She's a monster, but she is a child. I kind of forgot about that. She's like a monster child, so I'm putting her in the child you freak section. I think she's supposed to be like 10, 12, something like that. I kind of forgot. I had forgotten about that. I mean, she's probably older now because of the experiments, but like she was a child when she got changed, so she's like the mind of a child. So Lisa Trevor goes squarely in the child you freak option. Carl Heisenberg. He is the Magneto werewolf guy. Yeah, Smash. Let's say Smash, you know? Like banging Magneto, I guess. He's kind of hot. He's a pretty hot dude, you know? He's a bit of a weirdo, but yeah. Ingrid Hunnigan. Oh, Ingrid Hunnigan, Ingrid Hunnigan's the assistant for Leon. Assistant, sorry, that's not fair. She's his like handler. Yeah, she's got like sexy librarian secretary vibes. So like Super Smash. Brian Adams is pass and maybe even has his own separate category for would literally never want to touch me in my life because his whole thing is he likes killing people and stuffing them. Reading his diary, he once almost came from gutting a pig or a tiger or whatever. He's vile. There are some really gross characters in this game. Brian Irons is maybe one of the grossest characters in RE. He is a vile man. Ugh. No. Would not bang. Kind of grossed out. What the fuck is the Titan Spinner? Is that just a spider? Why is that included in here? It's this giant spider in RE6. Why is that included in here? No, pass. I don't want to bang a spider. I will not hear any... Why? I don't understand why that's in here. And no, I will hear no arguments for fucking a spider. If I'm not gonna fuck the lady who turns into a spider, I'm not gonna fuck the spider itself. Absolutely no. Lucas Baker, no. The man's a psychopath. Fantastic character. Titan Spinner. I did not know that was his name. Lucas Baker is the crazy son in RE7, who I'm pretty sure was a murderous lunatic pre-getting infected. So pre or post, absolutely not. Yeah, he's just a dude, but you know what would happen, right? You'd be like, let's have sex, and then he'd put you in a fucking saw contraption and make you like eat nails or something. No, I couldn't. Like, there's too. I think I'd hate myself. I think I can't. Like, maybe, like, he's not like bad looking, but like in terms of his personality, I couldn't for Lucas. He's fucking psychotic. I can't do it. And I know I'm putting up with other people who are psychotic, but I don't know. Like, he just looks like a douche. He look like I want to punch Lucas Baker in the face. I don't want to punch Nemesis in the face because I'd break my face. You want to change? Is Lucas your? I could change him. I don't know if you could change him before he sets you on fire or not. I'm not sure. Yeah, Lucas Baker, no. Alex Wesker, yeah.
Kind of like Annette Birkin. She's straight up evil. You know. Yeah, she's just a straight up evil girl. Alex Wesker pre-shoving herself in Natalia Corda, because Alex Wesker is currently in Natalia Corda's body in the story. The Soviet Super Smash. We're just working our way up, you know. Albert Wesker is a Super Smash, but I prefer his new design. I think he looks way hotter in like new Albert Wesker. Like, very hot. Old Albert Wesker, yeah, also like too much. Like watched way too much Matrix. But like new Wesker's design, he's a hottie patati. He's like styling. Like his suit is styling as fuck, dude. Loving his style. Alex is hot. Let's have a look see. Oh right, yeah, you're right. Oh shit. yeah. Okay, you know what? Yeah, you know what? She's upgraded to a super. The Wesker family gets Super Smashes. New Albert looks like he's watched a lot of sloppy action movies on Netflix. He does. Honestly, he's styling New Wesker, but he also looks like he definitely would go on, like, one of those like alpha male style podcasts or host one. Like old him does, but new him especially does. Like I could picture this Albert Wesker edited into a party picture alongside like Clavicular and like you know, what's his face, sex trafficking guy. Like I could picture you editing him into the background of a picture of them. Like he would fit in perfectly there. But he is good looking and I would bang him. The new one definitely negs all his potential partners. Absolutely. Don't know what this is, but I love it. Oh yeah, this is Smash or Pass on the Resident Evil characters. T501. Why is that different from the T100? What is T501? It just looks like Tyro. Oh, he's the mass-produced version from RE9. So he's the mass-produced version of the T100. I mean, if I say yes to him, I have to say yes to the other one as well. You know what? No to hat off, yes to hat on. It's got to be hat on or nothing. Yes with fedora, no without. I wanna bang the original, not some fucking fake phony copy. All right, I don't wanna bang some mass-produced sex toy. I wanna bang the original sex toy. Plant 43. Probably pass just because I don't know how. You alright, Days? What's up, baby? They run out of hats, I guess so. Like I don't know. Like how do we Plant 43. This appears to be specifically the RE9 version, which is the giant. I'm just gonna say no. I just don't know how it would work, quite frankly. Chunk. Super Smash. Look, really? No, I don't want to bang Chunk. No, I don't want to bang Marie. Marie would kill me. Also, Marie, I'm pretty sure, is a child. I'm putting Marie in child, you freak. Marie, I'm pretty sure is the same age as Emily, but just turned into a monster. So I'm putting her in child. Honestly, no to Chunk. I'm not gonna pretend like I would. And it'd be funny to put him in Super Smash, and therefore I will. Get up there, you chunky bastard. Demetresk. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not as into Demetresk as some people are. I'm far more into her. Where is she? She's here somewhere. Yeah, that one. I'm gonna add her. What's her name? What's the name of her fly daughter? I want to say Cassandra, I think is the one I'm thinking of. Nah, I'm not thinking of Cassandra. Bella, maybe? Yep. It's Bella. It's Bella. It's Bella. Bella's the one I was thinking of. She's great. Look, I know she'd kill me, alright? But I don't give a shit. I know she'd kill me, and I know she's made of flies, but I don't care. Wow, there's some really good cosplays of this character. God damn. I'm just gonna add her to the thing. We won't have the name, but we will add her to the thing. Where's she under? Storage. One second. I know I don't keep weird files on my computer, but I don't know. Who knows? Maybe something important might show. There she is. All right. All right. Super Smash on what's her name? Bella Demetreska. I think she's outrageously attractive. I don't care that she's a fly vampire person. She might be the most attractive character in the entire RE series. And also, I'm looking at these cosplays of the characters, and Jesus Christ. I'm having some very strange feelings right now. Lady Dimitrescu for me, I'm gonna be honest with you, she's just a smash. She doesn't really do it for me. I don't know what it is. I couldn't fix her because she's made of flies, but I don't care. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The Lady Dimitrescu, everyone's like, whoa, she's tall, but like, I don't know. I don't like her. I don't like her face. She reminds me of like a 60s I saw this dame walk into my place. I don't know. I don't like the style. It doesn't do anything for me. I don't like that old-fashioned style. I'm just, if I'm being quite honest, She's just a Smash. I'd Smash because she's giant and tall, and it'd be quite interesting. But like, she's not a Super Smash. Not in the same way that Chunk is. I have to put Chunk up there for just because I think it's really funny if someone comes in and looks at it and goes, "What the fuck is this Chunk?" And they're like, "Oh god." Rachel Foley. Right. Look, the picture of Rachel Foley looks like it's just a worm, but Rachel Foley is not a worm. Rachel Foley is the booby girl. Okay. This is Rachel Foley, okay? Like, I'm like, sure, the picture is her in this form. You're just seeing that, but like, you know, Chunks were brothers. 11. I think I would put up. I might just do Smash. I don't think, maybe not Super Smash. Maybe just Smash. Maybe Super Smash. I'd probably put up with the worm thing. Just for, I think just Smash because again, I do think I'd probably die. I don't think this would be a return to thing. Pre Rachel Foley. Rachel Ooze. Just a Smash. More. I gotta. This is Barry's daughter, right? Oh yeah, so she's like. Oh yeah, she's like in her like late 20s. Jesus. 30s. I guess. Although, no, Moira's like 20s. I think. Because when in Revelations, she was 91. And then Revelations. Yeah. Honestly, Child in 1. Yeah, but this is the Moira from RE Revelations 2. I mean, personality-wise, yes, she's a child. And I don't want to bang. You know what? Let's just put it there. There's going to be too much debate. We'll put it there. Look. Part of me wants to say yes because then I could get close to Barry. Although Barry is up here, so I guess I don't need to get close. I could just put Barry in Smash. I guess I don't need. You know what? Yeah, let's put her in Child. But that's a cop. Let's put her in Pass. Actually, I'm pretty sure she's in her 20s. And her dad is cop. That's true. Yeah, we'll put her in Pass. I don't want to anger Barry because I want to bang Barry, and I don't want to bang Barry and his daughter. I have to pick one or the other. I'll pick Barry. Right. Nope. Get out of here. I hate these two. I hate these two so much. Quint Ketchum and Keith Lumley are these two little chuckle fucks from Rev. They're like the single most annoying characters in the whole series. I hate them. They belong in their own. They belong in their own category. I hate him. Put Ricardo in the You know what? You're right. Ricardo goes in the chuckle fucks. You're right. Ricardo goes in the chuckle fucks. He belongs in the chuckle fuck category. I fucking hate these two. I despise them. I thought they died in the game, and I was happy when they had. They're awful people. Yeah, like one's a stalker, one's just a fucking creep. They're horrible people. They're awful. And Ricardo's just a weirdo. Raymond Vesta, fucking carrot top. I like his chin. Yeah, I'd smash him, and I would super smash Jessica Sherwood. She's the one. Jessica Sherwood is the one-legged outfit lady. I didn't know her second name was Sherwood. She's evil as fuck, but like also, you know, this is her character. So, Super Smash. Raymond Vesta's. He's got like a chin made of diamonds. She's got a crazy good bum as well. Parker Luciani. Oh, he's in Revs. I gotta be honest with you, I don't remember anything about this character. But yeah, I'd just smash him, sure. I guess. Seems alright. Carla Radam. Oh, this is the Ada Wong clone. From fucking 6. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Piers is going into chuckle fucks. He's a chuckle fuck. Is Steve here? Wait, who's Steve? Oh, Burnside. Oh, you're right. There's no Steve Burnside here. Why isn't... Oh my god, there's no Steve Burnside here. We need to add Steve Burnside. You're right. How can they include fucking James Marcus and Morgan Lansdale, but not Steve Burnside? Actually, there's a distinct lack of any... Actually, this has got none of the characters from Code Veronica in it. We haven't got any of the the Ashfords. This person has not. This person has completely ignored Code Veronica. I think the Ashford twins has to come as like a pair because you know that's the shit they'd be into. Like, there's no world where there's not like a weird sister brother thing going on. Oh yeah, shit, Ark Thompson as well. Oh my god, they're missing all like the best fucking characters. I gotta add a couple characters in here. You right, baby? Yeah, I hear you, buddy. I hear you. Alright, Ark Thompson. Got that boy in there. Yeah, I can hear you meowing at me over there, baby. What's going on? There's Steve Burnside. Look at that guy. Man, I can't believe they missed out on these characters. This is crazy, man. This person very clearly has not played Code Veronica. Or doesn't respect Code Veronica. Which means I don't respect them. else did I want to add? Alright, we got you. Oh no, okay, we got them. Alright. Alright. Let's catch up with these ones we missed then. The Ashfords. The brother, the twins, the creepy twins that pulling the wings off of the bugs. I don't know. Yeah, I probably would. The brother seems like a bit of a worm, but the sister seems like... Plus, you know, rich family. Maybe getting good there. Oh, Mike the helicopter guy. Yeah, we don't actually know what Mike looks like. He'd just be a helicopter. Basically, would we bang a helicopter? Bro's in the cuck chair. He's getting involved. Steve Burnside? Right, I mean, the question is, could we put up with Steve Burnside long enough to smash? No, you know what? I'm saying pass. Do you know why? He'd get clingy. He'd get clingy. He'd, like, you'd bang him and he'd be like, I love you. I think he'd be like too. I think he'd get way too. Oh, obviously, Art Thompson is a super smash. He'd be mad. He's the most powerful character in the RE universe. We love him. Right. So this is the Ada clone. I mean, she looks like Ada. So. Yeah. Piers Niven is a chuckle fuck. Fuck. He's such a stupid character. Helena, honestly, she might as well be a chuckle fuck, but I'll put her in Smash. She's Leon's partner in 6, another throwaway character. Jake Muller, yeah, he's a super smash. He's a good looking dude. He's good with his hands. Yeah, he would not handle a rejection. He'd be stalking you for years. You bang him and he'd be stalking you for fucking years, dude. Oh my god, Luis, super smash. He's a slimy fuck, but like super smash. He's good looking dude. Joe Baker, super smash. You've seen how he works. His DLC is incredible in 7. He's like the fisting fight man. We love him, super smash. He loves his family. He'd love me. Zoe Baker, yeah, I'd say smash. Brad Vickers, which is just a random dude. I guess he seems smashable. I probably wouldn't super smash him, but he seems alright. Like these are easy ones. Jake Muller, we're getting into the territory now of like very easy smash or not. Most of this cast is very smashable, I'm not gonna lie. The Merchant. What are you selling? What are you buying? Oh, stranger. That's quite a weapon you've got there, stranger. Let's see if we can't upgrade it. You know, that's the kind of stuff he'd be saying to you in the bedroom. Like, you gotta smash the Merchant because, like, like, think of the things that he'd. It's a super smash. Think of like the things he'd say to you in the bedroom. That'll come. Like, that's a super smash. Oh, stranger. Oh. I did see that, Baroff, yeah. I saw when I was going through clips, I was like, why is this clip? And I was like, oh, right, yeah, okay. You know, I gotta be honest with you, I don't like Mia Winters, based purely on the fact that she, like, is horrifying in 7. And, I guess the one we see in 8 isn't even Mia. But Mia's a bit of a freak, because she bangs a mold person. She knows that Ethan's a mold person, and she still bangs him. So I think me and Mia could do some crazy. I think Mia would be into some shit. Do you pay him or does he pay you? Maybe pay each other. Like I don't love Mia, but the fact that she bangs a mold person makes me think that like there's like some crazy stuff going on there. So I'm into it. I just love the term mold person. Bang a mold person? So yeah, I'd say smash. This started off with a lot of passes, but it's very quickly turned into Smash and Super Smash. Ethan, we don't know what Ethan looks like, but he seems like I'd smash him. I wouldn't Super Smash him because he's a mold person, but I'd smash him. It would be fun, but he'd be crying about his wife the entire time. True. Plus, he's a mold person, so he'd be smashing a mold person. I know I'm saying this while I'm like, yes, I'd bang the worm lady and Nemesis. I don't know why I'm going so hard on him being a mold person. He just literally looks like a normal person, but he's a mold person. I don't know why this is such a thing I'm focusing on. Too many mold, worm, and slug people in this series. Alright, Ashley Graham. Look, I'm gonna honestly, I think there's too much baggage. One, she'd probably just be talking about Leon the whole time. She's like the daughter of the president. I don't want that. Banging the president's daughter? Like, the level of scrutiny that would come with that, the fucking, like, do you want, like, the Secret Service, like, yeah, like, the Secret Service would be, like, fucking up your ass. They'd be sniffing around. They'd find out everything about you. I don't want that. I don't, like, yeah, she's pretty, but, like, you gotta think, like, what comes with the bang. Like, honestly, the Secret Service alone would drive me insane. It would be a nightmare. Like, imagine trying to break up with the president's daughter. Like, what if he was, like, really spiteful and started, like, passing laws specifically to fuck you over? I gotta pass, man. I think it's too dangerous. He's like, oh, you hurt my daughter? I'm gonna pass a law banning everyone named Max. And you're like, oh, what? This seems very targeted. Okay, Sherry Birkin. Now, this is older Sherry Birkin, like 30s Sherry Birkin. Based on the design, absolutely smash. Maybe even super smash. Truth be told. She's like 30. Yeah, this is like 39-year-old Sherry Birkin. Absolutely smash. The mum and then the 39-year-old daughter later. Child Birkin? No, she's a child. 39-year-old Sherry Birkin? Yeah, very pretty. Not the dad. Not the dad, though. I will bang the whole family but the dad. I don't trust the dad. I think I just don't trust the dad. I just love how Paz is mostly just made up of bald older men. Minus these two. Mostly because I'm thinking of young James Marcus and Saruman. The dad can maybe watch. Carlos is a super smash. He's very hot. Claire Redfield is a super smash. I don't think Chris would approve because I don't think my genes are strong enough for Chris's tastes. But Claire is an obvious super smash. Interesting they went with Claire from RE Revelations 2 and not RE2 Remake. Barry Burton. You know, I'm putting him down just to a smash because, like, he's a cop. But I would smash. Well, no, I guess he's got to be a super smash, right? Is he a smash? No, he's a super smash. Because do you know why? Because one of his sex moves, he'd be like, "Are you ready for a Barry sandwich?" That'd be amazing. Most of this cast left now is a super smash. Billy is a chuckle fuck. Let's be real. Billy is absolutely a chuckle fuck. Rebecca is a smash. Just a smash, though. She's sweet and innocent. Just a smash. Jill is like a super smash. She's like banging Eleanor Ripley or something like that. Yeah, Billy Cohen's such a chuckle fuck. Shiva honestly belongs in her own category for I would marry you. Just add a row above here. Only Shiva goes in here. I love Shiva. I would marry Shiva 100%. No one else. Everyone else they're great. I would marry Shiva in a heartbeat. I love Shiva. She's the best character in the whole goddamn series. Please marry me. It's a shame you're in such a shit game. Please marry me, Shiva. Chris Redfield. Like, so for Super Smash is we're regularly hooking up. I would, but like I don't want it to become a regular thing. He is toxic as fuck. Like I would. I'm not gonna say pass. He doesn't belong in pass. But like I don't think it's a Super Smash. He's like, I mean, he's got the personality of a plank of wood. Yeah, he's got like a hot bod. I mean, to be fair though, if I'm banging Krauser in Super Smash, I probably should put Chris because they're basically the same character. They're both as toxic as each other. West would be super jealous. That's true, yeah. Would it be weird if I banged Chris and his sister? I'm putting him in Smash. I'm not putting him in Super Smash. I don't... I might downgrade... You know what? I'm downgrading Jack Krauser to a Smash. For the same reason I wouldn't want to regularly bang Chris. I don't think I want to regularly bang Jack. Nah, fuck it. He's going Super Smash. Chris is staying in Smash. Alicia Ashcroft. Yeah, I guess Smash. You're in a game I hate. But yeah. Grace is Super Smash. She's very attractive. Ada Wong is maybe the only other character I put in Please Marry Me. I'm putting her in Super Smash, and Leon is in... you know what? Yeah, you know what? There you go. No, he's going Super Smash. No one else gets to go in the category with Shiva. Shiva belongs in her own category because I love Shiva so much. Okay, there you go. That is my list. No one else gets to sit alongside Shiva. Leon and Ada in Mary. Yeah, go on then. You're right. No, you're right. I would marry both. I would... Shiva... Hang on. Wait, okay, hang on. There you go. she goes in her category above that. Marry me more is the Shiva category. I love Shiva. I don't want to tell you. Shiva does it for me, like big time. I love Shiva. Shiva is in her own category of marry me more. So here we go. Our overall rankings. Shiva, no, we'll go to the bottom. Starting at the very bottom, the chuckle fucks. People that they're just fucking throwing nothings, right? Quint Ketchum, he's a creep. Keith, creep. Ricardo, creep. Piers, I fucking like. He's based nothing. Billy is a nothing. These are just nothing characters. I don't want to bang them. I don't want to pass them. They go in their own category of chuckle fucks. You know. I don't know. Child, I mean that speaks for itself. They're either children or they're creatures who have come from children. Pass. You know. makes sense. The only one here you might be questioning is Ashley and Moira. I don't want to bang Barry's daughter because I think that'll affect things with Barry. I don't want to bang Ashley because I think Secret Service would be really annoying to deal with. Other than that, I think most of the past speaks for itself. It's mostly just bald, old dudes. Just a weird amount of white-haired, old, bald dudes. Yeah, and Lucas mostly is in there. And there's a spider as well. For some reason, they put a spider in this list. And Lucas, yeah, who I just, on a personality level, I got to pass on. He's a good-looking dude, but I'd pass on him on a personality level. That said, I would bang other people who probably have a way worse personality. Smash, is more of just a, one-time Smash thing, maybe. Alyssa, yeah. Chris, yeah, just because I think he's toxic. Rebecca, Ethan, because he's a mold man. Mia, because I kind of hate Mia, but, I would. I kind of hate her, but I would. Brad Vickers, I guess. I think that picture's really funny. Zoe, yeah. Helena Harper Shaw. The siblings, the Ashford siblings, sure. I guess at the same time. Luciana, I guess. Raymond Vesta, Carrot Top, yeah. Rachel Foley, I know this picture doesn't do justice to Rachel Foley. It looks like I want to bang a worm. There's a lot more to that worm that you're not seeing. That's all I'm saying. Dimitrescu, yeah, most people would probably put her in Smash, Super Smash or Marry Me. She just doesn't do it for me. Now her fly daughter does, but not her. The T100 I smash. Well, I wouldn't smash that one, mostly because I will only bang with the fedora on, and I want the OG, not the fake. I would love, yeah, if it was a worm, if it was just a worm, he'd be in Marry Me more. Carl Heisenberg, he's the werewolf Magneto. Yeah, I mean, Nemesis, sure. It'd be interesting. I'd try it. Annette, because I think it'd be very, I think it'd be very, very unerotic, just very efficient sex. And I'd want to try that. Jack Baker, sure. I think I could change him. James Marcus, but specifically young James Marcus when he's made of slugs. And yes, this guy, because he looks like Saruman. And then the Super Smash is the people that, I want to keep smashing. We'd have regular smashes. We'd smushing butts all day. I mean, Grace, yeah, she's very pretty. Jill, yeah, obviously, strong as hell. Barry, clearly. Claire, yes. Carlos, yes. I mean, I think most of these speak for themselves. Chunk, obviously. Marry me more, Chunk. Hunk is in the Super Smash, obviously. Mask on. Yeah, Claire, Cherry, the Merchant, because I think it'd be funny. Joe Baker, Luis, yes. Jake, he's a good-looking dude. Carla, who is just the Ada 1 clone. Ark Thompson, strongest man ever. Jessica Sherrawat. I mean, the pictures alone. The daughter of Lady Dimitrescu, because she is insanely attractive. Chunk, because, big boy. Alex, yeah, she's very hot. That's not a great picture, but she's very hot. Wesker, absolutely, but more modern Wesker, not this Wesker. Ingrid, yeah. Excella, yeah, just look up a picture of Excella Gion. She's insane. Hunk, mask on. Donna Benevito, very attractive when she's not covered in a mask. And maybe without the puppets. Mother Miranda is ridiculously hot. Jack Krauser, good body. I think he should be in Smash, but I've put him in Super Smash if he's staying there. And Xeno's a piece of shit, and he's a waste of a character. Honestly, Xeno should probably be in Chuckle Fucks, if I'm being honest. I think we should probably move Xeno to Chuckle Fucks, right? Yeah, Shiva is in her own tier because she's a goddess. Shiva is my Resident Evil goddess. Do you think Xeno belongs? I think Xeno is a bit of a chuckle fuck. He's not quite as chuckle fucky as these guys, though. I guess he's fine. Leon and Ada obviously in the Please Marry. Originally we had Shiva in the Please Marry Me, but then it was suggested Ada and Leon should be there, so yeah. So then I had to move Shiva into her own category, so Marry Me more, because Shiva belongs in her own category because she's a goddess. Moshli? Who's Mosley? Ashley. Oh, Secret Service, man. Think about. Right. Think about it. You're banging the president's daughter. Think about all the shit that comes with that, man. Like, I'm like, from a practice, like, you can have the Secret Service be a fucking ass. It'd be a nightmare. Also, imagine if you broke up with her. It's the baggage, yeah. Imagine if you broke up with her. What if the president was, like, spiteful and passed a law specifically to fuck you over? Like the anti-Carrigan law. And you're like, what? I think it's too dangerous. Like, she's attractive. And if she wasn't the president's daughter, smash, absolutely. Maybe even a super smash. Probably a super smash. But, like, yeah, with the baggage of the president and being the president's daughter, pass. Hard pass. Not worth it. I don't want to get banned from the country because I broke up with the president's daughter. She's not, honestly, RE Remake Ashley is not that annoying. She's far less annoying than OG Ashley. OG Ashley is annoying as fuck, but Remake Ashley's she's fine. But yeah, I mean, if he wasn't the president's daughter, she'd probably be a super smash, quite frankly. Yeah, you break up and the U.S. military drops a thermobaric bomb on your house, you know. I think it's just too much. Same with Moira Burton. I don't want to piss off Barry. He might read me my Miranda rights and shoot me in the face or something. I'm pretty happy with this list. I think it's pretty good. And I'm mostly just happy that Shiva's in her own category because that's where she belongs. Shiva needed like a tier between her and Ada Leon because to show how far above she, just like an empty tier, just gap to show how much far above everyone she is. Yeah, I wish Shiva didn't exist in a game I hated. You know. And there we go. That's that's that one. I've got one for monsters as well. I think we could there's a bit of a crossover here. Actually, there's quite a bit of crossover here. I'm not as fast on the monster one, to be honest with you. It's getting like quite late. I'm not as fast on the monster one. I'm quite happy with just doing that one, to be honest. The monster one's just like a lot of the same ones. And like, I'll be quite frank, it would pretty much be almost every single character here, no, apart from her. Her and him would be the only ones I would smash. Everyone else would probably be no. Maybe her. Oh, and then her. Oh, and then obviously her. And then him. But we already know that. Oh yeah, well then Wesker. Yeah, and then like Hot Wesker. I guess him too. But that's it. Here you go. I hope you enjoyed. Right. I think I'm going to leave it there, everybody. Oh, it's like 11 o'clock. I'm ready. I want to get to bed relatively early today. I hope you enjoyed. I'm going to play for those who didn't see, by the way, we did announce the next marathon, and it's going to be the Phoenix Wright / Professor Layton series playthrough. I'm going to go to bed thinking about Shiva. Yeah. It's a problem. I hope you enjoyed. I enjoyed the stream. It's been like 6 hours. I haven't played a single game. We spent the whole time like just talking about Star Wars at the start, and then ranking Resident Evil games, and then ranking whether or not we'd smash or pass on Resident Evil characters. I'm gonna play the trailer on the way out. I'll play the trailer and then I'll play the ending. All right. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the trailer. It's an okay trailer. I'm a bit annoyed about the end of the trailer because I couldn't really get a good way to end it. It just ends quite abruptly because the way the music is, it doesn't really work. But it's fine. It'll work. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow. Enjoy the trailer. Have a good night.
Oh, there.
Te